In this tutorial, we will be making the entire Facebook design system together. We will be building the variables library, we will be building the components, the sections, and the templates for the pages that we will be redesigning. So let's go to variables. We will click on create variable and the first color. This is our primitives collection. This holds all of our raw values for the entire color palette that we'll be using throughout. And this is the first tier of our 3-tier token architecture. Our first color is base / white. And of course it is 3 Fs. Then we will have our black. That is 6 zeros. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Next, let's create another color. And this will be our Azure Radiance. This is the Facebook color. And we will have about from 50 all the way to 900 different values for it. So the first one is /50. Let's put it with the rest, like so. Let's put it down here just a bit, like so. So let's get the color value. This is the color value. So let's make a few duplications of this with Shift Enter. About 9 different ones. And this is our 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800. Let's make one more. 900. Let's input the values for this specific color. So how did I come up with these colors, the B, E, D, and so on? So there's something, plugin. If you look at the plugins that Figma has, let's open up one of the plugins. Plugin. And there's a plugin called Color Level Generator. You click on it. So we're able to, if we take any color, we're able to get 5 lighter tones and 5 darker tones. So you have more flexibility when you're designing, and you have more range to choose from. So let's say I take the 500 value. This is the Facebook color. This is the actual design. If I use it, it will give me lighter tones. It will give me darker tones. And this is how we use to make different things inside of the Figma application or the Facebook application. Let's remove this and let's go back. So this is our 200 value, our 300 value, our 200 value, 400 value, 500 value, 600 value, 700 value, 800, and 900. Let's make a new one. Oh, first so whenever I finish something, I will pause, so if you want to copy it, if you want to screenshot it, it's up to you. Let's go to all and create another one. So here, this is our ocean blue /50. Now, whenever you're designing something like this, I always find that I need even lighter tones than these first 4. So I always suggest having an even lighter tone than this so that you can easily get it, and whenever you want to make a fill for an icon, a fill for a button that is just a bit lighter, you have that option available. And this is that one. It's called Ocean Blue. How did I come up with these naming conventions, you ask? So if I close this again, I go to our plugins, and there's something called color name. If you click on it, let's say I make a frame like this, and I give it any color, and I select it while having this plugin enabled. If I select it, it will give you some suggestions for this name: tall, pony, poppy, Persian red, and so on. For example, I would choose Persian red because it has red in the name. So yeah, this is a way to name your colors. Let's go back to our variables, ocean blue, and this is the value for it. Let's choose this one. Let's make a few of these. This is our 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, and 900. Let's put in the values. Our 100, our 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, and 900. Next, let's make our success green. So we're gonna go to all, click on create variable color. And this is our success, or sorry, what's it called? Safe green /50. And this is the value. Oh, and this is, let me pause here. So if you want to copy this, 1, 2, and 3. Let's go back to safety green. Let's make a Shift D, make a few copies of these. This is our 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900. And let's put in their values. This is our safety green. This is our 100, our 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900. You have a few seconds to copy the values if you choose to do so. 1 and the 2 and the 3. Let's duplicate this color like so. Let's rename this to lemon or hot rod red. And let's input their values. 50, 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900. You have a few seconds to copy the values. 1 and 2 and 3. Let's make a duplicate of this. And let's go, this is our lemon orange. This is our warning color, of course. Let's go to 50, 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900. You have a few seconds to copy. 1 and 2 and 3. Next, let's duplicate this color. This is going to be our Athens gray. Like so. So this has a few extra colors. So it has a 25 because we need more range for this one. So the 25, the 50, the 100, the 200, the 300, the 400, the 500, the 600, 700, 800, 900, 1, a 2, and a 3. Let's duplicate. This is our dark gray. So we have two different types of grays. Dark gray. we have two different types of grays in this design system. We have one for our light version and one for our dark version. You will see that the light version is very, very light from 600 upwards. So this is because we have a very light gray when we're using the disabled, when we have the disabled color and so on. But of course, for the darker version, you will find everything is more dark, more flushed out. So we will need a totally different type of gray that is even darker than this. So we're able to fully utilize the different levels that we need. And this is of course best practice when you're working on design systems. Dark gray, 25. Here we go. 50. 100. 200. 300. 400. 500. 600. 700. 800. 900. We will have one more than 900. We'll have 1000. And this is the value. 1, 2, and 3. Duplicate. One last time. These are our pale blue. So this is for our information things. So we're going to remove the 25. We're going to remove the 1000. And we're going to input from 50. 50. 100. 200. 300. 400. 500. 600. 700. 800. 900. All right, so we finished all of the colors, which are the raw values. Now we're going to input our pixels. So the primitive is not just for the colors, it's even for the raw values of the grid. It's even for the raw typography. So we're going to use it in multiple different ways. Let's go back to all, create variable and number. We're going to call this pixels /0, like so. And we're going to proceed and input all of the grid that I will be using and all of the different pixels. So 0, 2, and here, of course, everyone uses a 4-pixel grid so that it is nice and an even number. This is 8. This is 12. This is 14. 16. 18. Notice that I'm not using a exact 4-pixel grid sometimes. This is, of course, the difference between this and this is 2. The reason for this is because in typography, you need a bit of leeway. You need sometimes, for example, for the X small, you need 12. And for the small, you need 14. So this is okay. But of course, this is just used in certain specific scenarios. But for the whole design system and for the spacings specifically, it's you will always find me using a 4-pixel grid in order to differentiate. Let's continue. We have 20, 24, 28. Shift D a few times. 32, 36, 40, 44, 48, 52, 56, 60, 64. Now, till 64, we are using a full 4-pixel grid. After that, we can use a few more because now we're going into very large spacings, so we don't need a 4-pixel grid anymore. So 72, 96, 128, and 256. Now let's copy into the values. So we're going to copy all of these, put them into the values. 4, 8, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 24, 28, 32, 36, 40, 44, 48, 52, 56, 60, 64, 72, 96, 128, 256. Now we finished our pixel grid. Let me pause for a few seconds if you want to screenshot. 1, 2, 3. Let me go downwards. 1, 2, and 3. Let's go back to all. Let's create a new variable and our strings. Here we're going to input our typography. Typography slash font dash weight dash regular, like so. So we're defining the weights that we will be using. So we will be using 4 different types of weights: regular, medium, semi, bold, and bold. The value of this is regular, medium, semi, bold, bold, like so. Let's make another one. We'll go to typography, add another string variable, and we're going to say this is our typeface slash iPhone or Apple, like this. So Facebook uses a certain typeface for its iOS and Android and so on, and for its for its Apple, it uses SF Pro. This is what they use. Let's make another one for Android. It uses Roboto. And for the actual design system that they use right now, Facebook uses a proprietary uh, something that they developed themselves. It's called the Facebook Sans. This is, of course, you need money in order to buy it and put it in your font styles, and then you can use it. So we have the raw color in the hex code right here. However, we are going to actually assign it from our already existing variables library. So we're not going to assign it custom like this. We are going to press on libraries, and we are going to pick our Azure Radiance color, like so. Now we have linked it to the past collection. It's not two independent collections. Now they are connected using variables like this. Let's do the rest. 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900. And we are going to quickly assign them 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 6, 7, 8, 9. Great. Now let's do the rest. All right, so like we did before, we have a primary color and we have a lighter version, the ocean blue. So let's assign it now. The light slash 50. My ocean blue 50. And let's make some more variables. And the way I duplicate, like I said before, is that I press Shift Enter. So I quickly duplicate everything. 700, 800, 900. Now notice that this primary folder, inside of it there is light. So there's two different versions inside of each other, like so. Now let us do the rest. Next up is our neutral colors. /50. We are going to link it to our light version first. All right, so we can actually have it divided into two segments. We're going to have the light mode. So my light version here is Athens gray. Great. Let's duplicate 100, 200, 300, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, 1000. And we will assign them properly. Let me quickly check something. Oh, okay. All right, so there's something that I missed in my primitives collection. In Athens gray, we have a value of 25, and we have a value of 1,000. Oh no, actually we don't have a value of 1,000. Okay. So 50 is E5, E7, EB. 100, C8C, 8CA, 200, AF. So it's basically shifted upwards. And this is shifted upwards. This is shifted upwards. This is shifted upwards. This is shifted upwards. Okay. 700, this is shifted upwards. And the problem is in 800. So 353, 638. All right, easy enough. So what happened was is that I missed the 25 value. So I added it and I shifted all of them upwards until 800, and I just changed 800 to the correct value. Easy pickings. This happens all the time in these large systems. Simple mistakes. Okay. Let's go back to our light version, our semantic collection. And here we are going to choose 25, and then the rest is 50, 100, and so on until 900, and we don't have 1,000. Great. Let's do the dark version. We're going to add another color. We are going to choose, call it dark slash 25. And we are going to choose from our library my neutrals, which I don't remember the name of it. The name was dark gray. Okay. 25 and so on and so on. This is going to be 50, 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, 1000. And here are the corresponding values as such. 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, 1000. Perfect. We have our dark and our light neutrals set in place. Now we are going to make our error color, error 50. And this will be our red that we already made before, 50. And duplicate all of these. 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, and the corresponding values as such. Five hundred, 600, 700, 800, 900. Great. Now for the success values. The green, safe green. This is /50. I'm going to duplicate all of these about 9 times. 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900. And we will change the corresponding values, the variable values, correctly. This is 700, 800, 900. Perfect. Now, going back, we're going to add another collection or another tab that is called our warnings. From our library, and I think it was orange. Yes. We're going to add 50 here, /50. And we're going to make 10 variations. 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900. And the corresponding variables, we'll be assigning them as such. 600, 700, 800, 900. And finally, we will be adding our information /50. Info, this is our light blue, I think. The ocean blue as well, okay. Ocean blue. Oh wait, sorry. This is a pale blue. Okay. Ten times 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900. Here the corresponding values: 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900. Okay, so the power of this system is that if you want to have different themes, like we said before, let's say Facebook has a different version for young people, and that version is yellow, all right? So all of this, I have assigned primary, neutral, and all of these colors for my primary website. So let's say this is Facebook main, all right? Now all I have to do is press on the plus icon on the right. So new variable mode. It adds a completely different mode, and you can assign totally different values to all of these colors from this side. So you can add the plus like this, and here you can say Facebook youth, for example, and then assign different primary colors for all of the Facebook youth brand. So if it's yellow, for example, you can assign yellow all the way down here. And then all of that you have to do is just press on a button at the end of your design and shift between these two things. That is it. You don't need to do anything else. This is why this is important. Why is this important? Because this is only applicable if your design is exactly the same. There is no difference in different buttons or different layouts or different posts or whatever. Everything is exactly the same. You just have to switch the colors. This is why we add the semantic layer. So how are we going to structure our component collection? There is a mistake that lots of designers make when they first discover variables. They think, whoa, I am going to put so much effort into variables. I'm going to put every single input, color, dimension, specification as a variable. My variables is basically a giant Excel list with every single thing that I will do. What then happens is that they get a variables table that looks something like this. Input field text active. Input field text placeholder. Input field text disabled. Input field text label. Input field text help text. And so on and so on. And this is just for the text. Imagine the background, imagine the foreground, the border, the surface, the hover, the disabled, the pressed, etc., etc. For every component, they might have hundreds or thousands of different variables. This is, of course, a mistake. Why is this a mistake? Because imagine wanting to switch the colors of all of the text in your design system. It's something that you want to do. You have to go into every single component and look for every single text variable and then change it. So it actually defeats the purpose. Instead of it making it easier and simpler on yourself to change things, you are actually making it so much more cumbersome and difficult. Another reason is that you will be probably working with other designers. It can be very difficult and confusing for other designers to use this kind of a design system because every single decision that they want to make, they have to make a naming convention for it and then making it into a variable. You will get the comment that this design system is too hard to use. So how can you fix this? We will have two folders underneath the component collection. We will have the general collection for things that we will be using very often. Things like text, borders, surfaces, icons. I will use these for 90% of the use cases. For example, my text is black in most of my design system. I really don't need to make a variable in every component that says, hey, my text is black. I can just use the general tab that has my black text. That is basically it. But what if I want my text for my button to be unique? This is why I have my specific tab. This is for any deviation or any important component that I want easy access to. So things like buttons, cards, drop downs, things that actually have a different variable than my generals tab. All right, so we're gonna make a new collection like so. I'm gonna call it component. I'm gonna create color. We're gonna say this is general slash surface slash primary slash default. All right. So we're going to have subfolders like this. So let's talk about surface. Surface is basically any background that I will be using. So for example, background for my cards, background for my buttons, background for my drop down, any background that will have text on top of it, or it is basically the first layer. If we think of the background itself of the entire app, the background is white and the foreground is off-white, for example. So this is level 0. The background itself is level 0. And the background for the card, for example, is level 1. You can have level 2 as well. So it depends on the style of the design system. So let's go into general, like so. And we will be adding the most popular backgrounds that we will be using in our design system. So we're gonna add BG, which is the complete background, the default background for the entire app that is valid for example, my marketplace, my posts, my settings, everything is going to be behind it, the BG, the background. And my background is neutral light 25. All right. Then we have our S1. What is our S1? Our surface one. So this is what is most common that you see, for example, in posts, in any page, any sort of card, any something like this. it is probably S1. It is something that is on top of the background. And that will be pure white. And finally, we have S2, our thing that is also on top of S1. And that is also white. Okay. And finally, we have the surface, the focus, sorry. So focus is the focus when the person is not able to see. They use focus so that they highlight, or they have, for example, color blindness. They use focus so that they highlight the button that they want to click on, and then they click on it. So we are going to have our focus color to be primary 300. Great. These are our most common surface items. Now we will become more specific. We will be using primary. So for my primary color, for my surface color, it's going to be primary 500. My hover will be primary 600. And my pressed will be primary 700. We will have another layer to this, which is subtle. Subtle default. My subtle colors will be light 100. My hover will be light 200. And my pressed will be light 300. Great. Now we will do our neutrals. Neutral slash default. It's going to be light, neutral light 50. My hover will be neutral light 100. And my pressed will be neutral light 200. Next up, we have our success slash default. And my success is 500. We'll start with success 500. And then hover. And then pressed 600, 700. For my error slash default. My error starts with 500, 600, and my pressed is 700. My next value is disabled, default. Neutral light 25. And I don't have hover and pressed because, of course, disabled does not have hovered and pressed. And after that, we have our warning, default. My warning color is 500. And hover is 600. And pressed is 700. And my info slash default is info 500. hover, and pressed 600, 700. And with that, we have finished the surface level components. And it is time to do our text. Another color, like so, text slash. We're going to put all of our text in one tab. We don't have to do different ones for every single one of them. So my color is going to be text slash default. Here we're choosing the color for my text throughout the whole design system and throughout the entire design. This is what will be used for maybe 85% of my whole design. So the first thing is my neutral, or actually it's base. And Facebook uses a black color for its texts. We're going to have an inverse as well. Inverse for my colors, for my text. It's going to be neutral, light, 50. And placeholder slash dark. It will be neutral, 800, light, 800. And placeholder is light, 600. And placeholder subtle is light, 300. And my primary is primary, 500. And my success is 500. My error is 500. My warning is 500. My info is 500. And my disabled is neutral, light, 300. Great. With that, we have finished the text section. So we're going to duplicate the text for my icons. Why do we do this? Do this because probably my icon will have a similar color to my text, because when you're looking at a button, you don't want the color of the icon to be different than the color of the text. You want them to be similar. However, in a very good design system, we do categorize between icons and text so that you're able to manipulate them easily, independently. You don't have to redo the text and do the icons separately. So we just duplicated the text tab. So there is one more thing we will add in the icon section. We will add, after placeholder, we're going to add another color, and we're going to add it something called, it is unselected. So unselected is for my checked box and my radio button. So we want a color, for example, if my radio button is unselected. So that is why we added unselected here. We are not going to add it to text because, of course, there is no selecting a text, but we do select a radio button or a checked item. So we're going to go into our libraries, and my unselected is neutral, light, 50. Great. We're going to add another thing right now. we're going to add a color, primary slash default. Why did we add a subfolder in our icons and we didn't add it for our text? Because in order to make a modern looking, for example, bottom nav, when you hover over, for example, the home icon, you want it to highlight using the primary color of the design system. This is something that is very commonly used in lots of big applications. When you hover over it or when you press it, you want it to pop up. You want it to highlight the entire button, for example, and that is why we have a hover and a default and a pressed state for our icons, but we don't have anything similar for our text because we don't highlight text that much. So my primary is going to be my primary 500. And we're going to have a hover state and we're going to have a pressed state. It's going to be 600 and 700. We can duplicate this. And we're going to call it our neutral. And it's going to be neutral light 600. Neutral light 700. And neutral light 800. Going to duplicate it again. And unselected. We're just going to have a default and hover. We're not going to have a pressed because when you press on an unselected button, you hover on it. Yes, it does change, but when you press it, it changes into the selected way. So it's going to be automatically shifted to selected, not pressed. So there's no pressed for an unselected item. So it's going to be neutral white. And the hover will be neutral light 50. I'm going to duplicate it. And this is the selected state. The selected state is going to be using our primary color. So primary 500. And my hover is primary 600. And finally, we will be doing our border for our general selection, because of course a border is very common in lots of different segments in my design system. So border slash default. My border default is going to be neutral light 900. Inverse is light 50. Placeholder is neutral light 500. My primary is primary 500. My primary slash subtle is primary 100. My divider is light 100. My neutral subtle is light 100. My unselected is neutral light 25. My success is success 500. My error is error 500. My warning is warning 500. And my info is my info 500. Great. Now we have set up all we need to do with regard to the general tab. So this is what you see, what you saw here is maybe 85 or 75% of my entire design system. These are all of the decisions that I will be contributing to my design system in terms of colors. The rest is going to be specific. Things that are specific towards certain components that are high value or they require some deviations. So we're gonna add our specific tab / cards, for example. All right, so it's time to design our responsive library. So we are now able to fully categorize and to shift how we make our components and our variables using our variables. So let me show you how and why this is important. So first we're going to make a new collection and we're going to say this is responsive. So before the the primitives, the semantic and the component collections, these all primarily have like colors and they don't have lots of values. In responsive collection, we're only going to have values and numbers. So we're going to create a number and our first number that we will be the first thing that we will be creating is the grid system. So the columns and the grid system that we will be using in this design system. So the first thing that we will do inside of grid is the breakpoints. We will be determining the breakpoints. So this project is a mobile project. So our breakpoint will be 375 pixels. So the width of the thing that I'm designing, which is the mobile version, is 375. If we had more, if our scope was tablet and also desktop, then I would add a plus sign like this, and I would say this is my tablet, and this is my desktop. So this is the power of responsive design. You are able to scale all of your components, anything that you want actually, from, for example, something that is large to something that is small or vice versa. Let me give you an example. Let's say you want to design a button. If you look at mobile design, all buttons are large. They are 44 pixels at a minimum. Why? Because WCGA says that in order for a person to be able to press on the button has to be large enough as the width of a finger. And that is the minimum. So what is very common is that you see a button that is 44 pixels height. But however, if you look at desktop, all of the buttons are much smaller. You are able to press it using a mouse. You don't have to press it with a button with your finger. That is why buttons in desktop are much smaller than buttons in mobile. However, you do see some designers or some websites, they make the mistake of using the exact same button of their mobile in the same way as their desktop. This is a mistake. It doesn't look nice. It looks cartoonish. It looks too big. So we should avoid using this by using responsive design as such. What I would do in that scenario was, let's say, button height. For my mobile version, it would be 44 pixels, tablet 44 as well, and finally, desktop is gonna be maybe like 32. So that tiny difference makes it more suitable, more accustomed to a desktop user than just a mobile user. So this is the power of responsive design. Imagine this in every single component. of your entire design system. Anything you want to change, to scale down, to scale up. For example, let's say in the mobile version, some text is very small because the screen is in your face. So you don't need a very large amount of text. However, when it shifts to desktop, the screen is much farther away. Therefore, the text should be larger. So then you're able to scale, for example, the text small from 14 uh, pixel to 18 pixel if that is what you need. So it depends on your design decision and what you want to come out as the end product of your website. So that is the power of responsive. You're able to scale everything up and down as much as you want when you are designing, so that the end product is truly responsive. All right, let's delete this. This is not in our scope. So the first thing that we will write is our breakpoints. Let's also delete the desktop and the tablet for now. Let's add another value. We're gonna define our columns. How many columns are in my grid systems? And we're gonna use our variables to define that this is 4-column grid system. And my gutter will be 16. And my margins will be 16 as well. All right, that is for the grid. Now inside of grid, we will also have another item, another category, which is called my containers /2 column. So here we have 2 columns. After that, we have a 3 column and then a 4 column, 5 column, and finally a 6 column. I will explain what this is for when we go into making our grid system and assigning the values to it. Now let's define our typography. No, not color, sorry. This is a number. Typography slash heading /1 slash size. So the size of my heading 1 is going to be 40 pixels. So imagine if I had tablet and I had mobile, my tablet maybe would be even 64, maybe even 72, it depends on the style that I want. But here, because everything is on a small screen, the maximum size that I have is 40 pixels. Line height, letter spacing, paragraph spacing. My line height will be 48. My letter spacing will be 0. My paragraph spacing will be 48 as well. We're going to duplicate this. Heading 2, heading 3, heading 4, text, text XL, text LG, text MD, text SM, and text XS. So my heading 2 is going to be 32. Here it is 39, 0 and 48. My heading 3 is going to be 24. Line height is 29. 0 and 36. My heading 4 is 20. 24. 0 and 28. My XL is 20. 27. 0 and 20. My LG is 18. 25. 0 and 18. My MD is 16. 24. 0 and 16. My SM is 14. 21. 0 and 14. My XS is 12. 18. 0 and 12. Great. That is that for typography. Now we will add another number for our radii. The radius for my button. So anytime that you have a radius that you would like to add, you can add it like this. So the radius for my button will be 6. The radius for my cards will be 12. And the radius for my avatar will be 9999. So whenever you have a radius that you'd like to add, for example, for any certain component, you can just add it next to the rest so that it is scalable. All of your buttons will have the same radii and all of your cards will have the same radii. It's a much better system and it's very scalable with large design systems. And yeah, that's it. We're not going to fully utilize the responsive design or responsive collection because we don't need it, because I only have mobile. So that's it. I don't really have to. It is basically an Excel sheet with all of the values that I'm using. It's not responsive because I'm only making it for mobile for a certain range. So I don't need to do anything more than that. So as you can see, we're going to make these two different layouts. As you can see, we have two buttons next to each other, and here we have 4 buttons in a grid type way. So this is because we don't want to cram too many buttons in one small side like this. So we can do that easily. Let's go ahead and get the button asset. Let's remove the icons. Let's make a duplicate of this. Let's make it into a neutral button. Let's make this into an auto layout. Let's add the gap of 12. And let's rename this to button group. Let's make this into a component. Let's add a variant. And the name of this is going to be button group. And the name of this is going to be 2 buttons. Let's add another one. Make this larger. Add one on top of the other. We can add 3. We can duplicate this like so. Let's make this wider. Let's add one more. These are 4. And let's duplicate this. So one way we can do this is that we can fix the size of the frame, make it much smaller, and make the auto layout into a wrap like this, and then make it smaller, maybe 375, the size of my my normal screen. And we can increase the size of these just a bit to make them more central, like so. And then we will play around with the settings when we get to this specific design. And let's not forget to make the design annotations. Copy, and then put it in our button group, like so. Here, these are our components slash button group, button group, and this is the description. Let's change the color and the typography. Button groups combine sets of buttons into toolbars or split buttons for more complex components. Button groups are also useful for acting as mini tabs in UI, for example, switching between date ranges. Okay, let's get this, put it here, decrease the size of this, and there we go. So for the alerts component, we are going to be, first, let's get the design annotations. Let's copy it. Let's paste it inside of our alerts component. And let's start to redo it. So these are our alerts. These are our components. These are our alerts. Alerts. And this is the description. Let's change this to text. MD. Regular. And let's change the fill to text default. So alerts can serve as informational messages where they provide additional information to users that may not be tied to their current action or task. They can also be used to provide direct feedback to users and actions. So you can write it as well. Let's start making our component. So for this specific component, we're not going to make a specific component for it in our variables. We can simply use the surface level the variables in the general section, so it's not a problem. And we are going to be using the buttons that we have just designed. So let's make it like so. The dimensions of this is 375 by 58. These are our alerts. The dimension is 375 by 58. Let's make it into an auto layout. And let's put in some text. Personalized emojis based on your avatar are now available. All right, let's make it again 375, like so. And we want the text. So let's first add the button. So we're going to add a button like so from our list that we just made. And we want this button to be an icon. So we're going to change the type to icon like such. And we can have it as small. We can have the close like so. And we're going to change here the color from primary to neutral. And the color of the icon itself is going to be icon primary. Let's do that again. We're going to choose the thing itself and then icon primary, like so. We can increase the size of this to 20 by 20. Or make it into a fill container. It's not a problem. And we're going to put it inside of our auto layout, like so. So we want to have the content itself fit inside the auto layout. So we are going to take the text and we're going to make it smaller like this. And we can make this into auto because we want it to be scalable. We want it to be responsive. So let's make this into auto like this, like so. And let's do the margins. So 8 by 8, 8 by 8. And let's make them middle aligned so it's nice and centralized. And let's change the color of the alert to our primary color. So this is surface primary default. And let's change the text itself to text inverse, like so. Let's fix this. And now we have our first alert. Is it responsive? Absolutely. So we can actually make this more responsive by increasing, making this into a fill container. So it's now filled like so. And this is auto. So there's a problem here because I just made it into a fill. So the auto switches with it. So this is not what we want. So what we can do is we can make it from an auto to, for example, a 12 pixel. So now when I do this, it is nice and responsive. So let's go back and make this into a 375. And let's make it into a component. And let's add a new variant. So this is our primary variant. So we're going to define this as our color. And this is our primary. Like so. Now here, this is going to be our neutral. We're just going to play around with the colors. So the text is going to be, and we're going to use, of course, our selection colors because it is awesome. So our icon is going to be black. So text black. Our text is going to be text default. Our surface is going to be neutral. Surface neutral default. And everything else is going to be the same. Let's do the next one. Let's add the button. Add another variant like so. And let's do our success. Success. We're going to go into the selection colors. And we are going to change the text to white. Text inverse. We're going to change the surface to success. Surface default. And we're going to change the icon to a icon success, like so. Next, let's do the error. We're going to go out to our selection. The icon is going to be error icon. Our text is the same. Our surface is going to be error surface. Next, let's do our warning. Warning surface. Here, this is going to be our warning icon. And the rest is the same. Next, we are going to do our info. I'm going to go into fill, info surface default, and the icon is going to be info icon, and everything looks nice. We can add a nice border here so that we can define this just a bit more. So we're going to add a stroke with icon default. So it's nice and defined. I'm going to take it, I'm going to put it inside here, and that's that. So this is the rating component that we'll be doing a bunch of stars that are blue and subtext on the right that has a text placeholder color. And we're going to do something like this and with variations so the different stars show different values. Let's go ahead and get the star from our iconography. Let's get this, go to ratings and add it like so. Let's make a few of these next to each other with 8 pixels between them. Let's add the subtext. So 9 comma dun dun dun. Let's make this, yeah, it's X small. Let's make the color text placeholder like so. And yeah, it looks pretty nice. Let's make the shift A. And let's say this is our ratings. And make this a component. Let's add some properties, some variants. The name of this is rating. And this is 5 stars. Let's add a variant. So here, this is gonna be a half. Instead of fill, it's going to be 0.5 like so. And this is 4.5. Add a plus. This is gonna be 0%. And like so, next one. Let's say this is 4. This is 3.5. Let's make them all at once. We have about 10 ratings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this is 4, this is 3.5, this is 3. This is 2.5. This is 2. This is 1.5. This is 1. This is 0.5. All right, let's change the stars. This is 0.5. No, wait. Oh, yeah, you're right. This is 0.5. This is 0. This is 0. This is 0.5. This is 0. This is 0. And this is 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. This is 0.5. This is 0. This is 2. This is 2.5. Wait. 0, 1, 1.5. This is 2. This is 2.5, and so on. And we name them properly. Let's test it out. And we see that we have the order is not really nice, so let's go in and change that. 5, 4.5, 4, 3.5, 3, 2.5. There should be 2. So of course here should be 1, 1.5. There is a 2 missing. This is 2. Okay. All right, let's see. And there's 2 should be at the very bottom. like this. Let's see. 5, 4.5, 4, 3.5, 3, 2.52, 1.51, 0.5. And let's not forget to get the annotations. Copy it, paste it in our ratings. These are our components. And these are our ratings. Ratings. So let's put the description. The rating component is a molecule used to visualize or collect user sentiment through a series of repeated actions. It primarily serves to communicate quality and social proof across the platform. Let's change this to text. There we go. And let's make this a bit bigger and put this inside here. Let's get this to the back. So we're going to make this memory tile or shortcut tile because this is available when you open the menu screen or the settings screen when you're browsing Facebook, so that you can quickly access your memories, your saved posts, your pages, your groups, and so on. So this is available in the settings section. So we don't have these specific icons. However, we're going to add one of our icons so that we can swap later if we get these icons later on. And of course, it's a very simple component. So this is a shortcut tile, a secondary navigational component designed for high-level discovery grids. Structurally, it is a white surface with a soft elevation and a rounded corner to separate itself from the gray background. The internal layout is a left-aligned vertical stack. A branded icon sits at the top for immediate visual recognition, while the label anchored directly below. So we're going to get the icon, one of our Facebook icons that we have. So this is going to be 24 by 24. We're going to add text underneath it. Memories. This is going to be text default. And the text is going to be text MD medium, just like this. We're going to make them into an auto layout. The separation between them is 4. This is going to be our shortcut tiles or tile. And the dimension is 170 by 76. We're going to add the margin left and right of 8 and top and bottom of 12. And we're going to add the color. So in order to make this color, we went and made a new variable. So we're going to go to our component, we're going to go to surface, and we're going to go to neutral, this section, and we're going to create a new folder. So colors, and this is going to be our subtle / default. Here, we're going to add the S1, so the surface. We're going to make another view. This is going to be hover. This is going to be pressed. This is going to be neutral light 25. This is going to be neutral light 50. So it's a bit lighter than the normal ones that we use throughout the whole system. So this is how this is going to be designed. I'm going to go ahead and color this neutral light or neutral subtle surface default. Let's make this to the left aligned, and this is already fill container, so it looks nice. We're going to add a corner radius of 10, like so, and we are done. Let's make this into a component. Let's add properties. One is going to be our default. These are our states. We're going to add 3 of these. This is going to be our hover. This is going to be our pressed. This is going to be our default. And the color here is going to change from the default to hover, and here from hover to pressed. So let's look at what we're going to design. So as you can see, this is the radio button. It's basically a circle or an ellipse, and it has a border like this. And this is another circle that has a curvature on the inside, which I will show you how to do. And then of course the surface itself is the primary color. The same thing for the checkbox, just a box that has a corner radius of 4, and the checkbox, the check icon in the middle. And the unselected state is basically the state that is the same color as the background, and it has a placeholder color on the outside for the border. Very simple stuff. Let's do it together. Let's go and get the design annotations. Let's copy this up. Let's paste it in our checkbox and radio buttons. Here, it's components / checkbox and radio button, checkbox and radio button, checkbox and radio button. Checkboxes allow users to select one or more items from a set, while radio buttons allow users to select just one option from a set. Both can also be used to turn an option on or off. Looks great. Let's go ahead and make our buttons. So first, let's make the checkbox. It's basically a rectangle that is 20 by 20. 20 by 20. There we go. It has a corner radius of 4. And it has a border as well. So let's make the border placeholder like so. Looks okay. Let's make the fill. So icon surface or icon unselected. So I have a specific color for my unselected and selected, so it's uniform throughout the design system. All right, looks good. This is our checkbox. Let's make this into a component, and let's add a few properties. First thing is the size. We're going to have a few different sizes. This is our size, MD. We're going to add one more property, or two more actually. This is the size, this is the state. This is my default state. We're going to add one more property, and that is the selected. The default is no. Great. Let's add the next one. This is going to be my hover. Selected no, MD, yes. So let's change the color of the fill to the hover state. Now we don't have a press state because when you press this icon, it's supposed to shift towards the selected state right away. It doesn't have a pressed state. All right, good. Now the focus ring. We're going to add an effect, the focus ring effect, like so. Next, let's add the disabled. We're going to change the icon here to disabled surface, like this. So far, so good. Let's take these and make the next variant. These are going to be my selected state. Selected, yes. All right, good. Let's change the colors. So let's identify first which one is the disabled. So this is supposed to be disabled. This is disabled too, because it has a disabled surface. This is supposed to be down here. This is supposed to be up here. When you make lots of variants, Figma sometimes messes up the order that you chose them in. So it's pretty annoying. So let's go ahead and select these. These are going to have my border primary. The unselected will be selected default, and this will be selected hover. There we go. Let's also add our asset. So the check. Let's add it to the list like so. So of course it's too big. Let's make it 16 by 16. So it looks nice like this. Let's change the fill to icon inverse. Looks wonderful. Let's add it here as well, and here, and here. Looks great. Are there any conflictions? I think so. This is supposed to be selected, yes. Default MD. Hover. This is focus. This is disabled. This is also focus. Any other afflictions? Nope. All is good. All right. We're going to put this to the middle. And we're going to make a copy of this and put it to the left, which is our small. So this is going to be our SM. Let's press K to scale it down. This is 20 by 20. Let's make it 16 by 16. And that was pretty easy. Let's take this also and make a copy of it. Let's unselect the scale and let's press on the plus icon. Put it to the right. Press K again. This is going to be 24, 24. It looks just fine. Let's remove the scale, put it like this. Let's make sure these are LG. Let's see if there are any issues. Nope. Let's recategorize these. So this is SM is the first one, MD, LG. Default hover, disabled focus. Let's make it focus disabled. And selection, it is yes, no, like this. Let's make selection at the very top. All right, good. Let's make the radio button. So O for an ellipse. This is gonna be 20 by 20. Actually, let's make the first one 16 by 16. This is what it looks like. Let's choose the fill. It's going to be unselected. Default. Let's add the stroke. It's going to be border placeholder, like so. Looks okay for the unselected. All right, let's make this into a component. This is going to be my radio button. Let's add the same properties that we had before. Here, this is going to be the size. Next, we will also have the state, default. We will also have the selected. All right, so far so good. This is going to be MD or SM. Selected. All right, good. Let's make this much larger, much wider. Let's add the next variant. The only difference is this is going to be hover. And the fill is going to be the hover unselected. Make sure to select the ellipse itself by double clicking and then selecting the effect, the focus ring. There we go. And next we are going to make the disabled. So we're going to change the unselected to disabled surface. There we go. Looks a-okay so far. Did I change all of the names because I always forget? Nope. So this is going to be disabled. This is going to be focus hover default. Looks just fine. Let's make the selected states. Let's make sure this is the disabled. Let's take it, switch it with the hover because they always mix it up. Let's choose these and we are going to change the border to border primary. We're going to change the unselected to selected default. We're going to change the unselected hover to selected hover. And it is that easy. We're going to also add the white circle inside of it. So let's design it. So this is 16 by 16. So probably we're going to make it 14 by 14 and see how it goes. So let's make it more professional than this. Actually, yeah, 14 by 14. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on the arc. We're going to click on the ratio and make it a bit thick like this. And then we're going to complete the circle again. That is how you make this sort of shape. Very simple. Let's put it inside. It fits beautifully. Let's add the fill. So icon white. Looks great. Let's add it to the next. Looks great. To the next. To the next. Looks just fine to me. Okay, let's also take a look back and see how it compares to the original picture. Ah, it looks pretty nice. Yep. All right. Let's take these. There are conflicting properties, of course, because I forgot to make them as every time. These are going to be selected. Let's take these, add the plus icon, put them to the right, press K, and make them 20 by 20. There we go. Everything looks fine to me. This is going to be MD. Let's increase the distances between them just a bit. Like this. Like this. Plus, put them to the right. This is going to be 24 by 24. Let's make this LG. Let's increase the dimensions like this just a bit, so nice and proportional. This is going to be LG, and it is already LG. Are there any conflictions? No. Any conflictions? No. Let's see how we organize this. Let's make it selected first. SMMDLG, default hover disabled, focus. Let's make it switch this. Looks fine. Let's put them in our block. Boom. Let's center this. Let's center this. And we are just fine. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to take our design annotations block, copy it, and then go down to toggles, paste it here. The name of this is toggles. These are our components slash toggles, and this is the description. change this to text, MD. And let's change the color to text, default. Toggles, also known as switches, are a UI control that has two mutually exclusive states, which are on and off. The design and functionality of this component is based on a physical switch that allows users to turn things on or off. Toggles are a great visual cue for settings, especially on mobile, because they take less screen estate in comparison with two radio buttons. Let's begin by designing our toggle switch. So let's start off with a frame, because of course everything begins with a frame. Our width is 36 by 20. Of course, every toggle has a circular corner radius. So we're going to make the corner radius just like our avatar item, like so. Now we're going to make a circle for the toggle itself. So we're going to add a circle like this. And we're going to align it properly so it looks nice and symmetric. Exactly, 16 by 16. And we're going to make the fill, our icon, white. And for the toggle itself, it is going to be unselected. Because of course a toggle has a selected state and it has an unselected state. So we're going to write here, unselected default. Now this is what it looks like. We're going to name this our toggle switch. And we're going to make this into a component. Let's make our variants. Clicking on the plus icon. So we have the hover state and we have the default state. This is the default state. So here we're going to say states. And this is our hover state. No, wait. These are our hover state, like so. We also have our focus state. And our focus state, we're going to add our focus ring, like so. And finally, we have our disabled state. Disabled. And we're going to go into icons, disabled, like so. And we're going to remove the effects. So we designed our unselected state. So we're going to add another property so that we can define these are our unselected states. So on or selected, and the default is false. Is it selected? No, it's not selected, so it's false. Let's create. We're going to choose all of these and add the plus icon so that we can make the selected state. In our selected state, instead of unselected, we're going to say icon selected default. So all of these are selected now. And we're going to go here and we're going to say this is not default, this is our hover. And this too is our hover. Now we have a default, now we have a hover, and the focus ways. Let's make different sizing of them. So we're going to choose our main component and we're going to add a property, add variant, and the variant is size. The default is SM because all of these are small. Let's choose all of these. Click on the plus icon, drag them to the right, and our MD sizing is 44 by 24. So instead of 36, it's going to be 44, the height, or the width, by 24. And so the height is 24. Like so. We're going to have to increase the size of this as well. Like so. So 20 by 20. You can choose all of them at once and then make them 20 by 20. And they look nice. We want to add a shadow for our switch so that we can see that it's on top of this. So let's choose all of the small circles and then effects and then shadow SM. Just a small shadow to indicate that this is on top of this. Let's choose these two and also make them 20 by 20. And it looks great. Let's continue. This is our MD. All of these, we're going to change them to MD, the size. And is there still any? Yes, we have to change the selected from, oh, okay. So here these are unselected. So the selected is true. Here these are false. And these are true. Is there still any issue? No, there is no issue with the properties anymore. Let's select all of these. Let's add another one. Let's make sure, okay, they became instances, which is not what we want. So we're going to add a plus like this. Like so. And we're going to make large. So the large is 52 by 30. So 52 by 30. We're going to choose all of the circles. And we're going to make them maybe 24. See how it goes. No, not yet. Let's make them a bit bigger. 26 by 26. Okay. This looks much better. Let's give this just a bit of spacing. And they look a-okay. We're going to make these into our large component. So LG size. Is there any issue with this? Nope. All is good. Let's decrease this. So this is our base that we're going to use. Let's just quickly check. So here this is true. The E at the end. And SM yes. Default hover focus disabled. Great. This is our base component. Let's add it here. We're going to make one larger component with the base component inside of it. And we're going to say this is our toggle filter. So basically, we want to be able to use this component in our filters so that we're able to toggle things on and off and from the filter menu. So let's begin. We're going to add our icon. Just any old icon, no specific icon necessary, like this. And we're going to add our text. This text is SM medium. So we're going to choose SM and medium. And we're going to say, remember me. This text is black. We're going to make a copy of this. And this is save my login details for next time. This is going to be placeholder. And the size of this is SM regular. Like so. We're going to add our toggle that we just made, one of them, any one of them. We can make it the MD. Select it. Like so. And we're going to add another text item here that says anywhere. So this item is placeholder subtle, text placeholder subtle, and the size is SM semi-bold, like so. So basically so sometimes when you see a filter in Facebook, you will see that it has a text instead of a toggle switch. So it just means that the description of this is a location or something like that, and it needs a text, not the toggle on and off. So for example, if you're searching for something in a specific location, so you're saying the location is anywhere instead of a toggle, yes or no. So we're gonna make these into a component, the first two lines, so that we can control them and have a distance of 4 between them. We're gonna make these two into a component, and we're gonna have the rest into, we can have these two into a component first and have this into another component. So it looks great. Anything else we want to add? It looks okay. Let's make this into a component. This is our filter toggle. Now I want to be able to switch between the text and the toggle depending on what I'm designing. So we're going to make the appearance variable on these two specific blocks. So here we're going to go to the text, we're going to click it, and we're going to say the appearance section and then add. So this is going to be the text, right? And the value is true. We're going to choose it. And the toggle as well, we want it to appear or disappear. So appear, add, toggle, right. It is true, yes. Like so. And we want another variant with either the border or without the border. So we're going to add another variant like this. And we're going to say this has the property of border. Does it have a border? Yes, no. So here this is yes. Here this is no. And we're going to add a fill underneath it, or a stroke that has border, placeholder. And I want it at the bottom, like so. This maybe is a bit too close, so we're going to add a bit of margin. So maybe 8 margin, and here 8 margin as well. Left and right 8 margin as well. So we designed the small component. Let's design the medium. We're going to take them just as they are. And we're going to increase the size of the text. So we're going to choose all of the text, or just the top ones. And we're going to change from SM medium to MD medium. And the one underneath to MD medium, or small, regular. All right, we can increase the size. So it became another line, which is okay. Let's increase this just a bit more. And we can drag this downwards. That looks okay. Let's do the next one. So here these are called let's input the sizing. So we're going to go to properties, variant, and then size, and SM for all of them. Here we're going to say these are MD. We're going to click on these, add a plus icon to make them large. And we're going to make the text just a bit larger, large MD. And here, large regular. and the rest is just fine. Let's take these like this. Let's take one of them and test it out. So what we also want to do is we want to make it responsive. So we're going to choose all of these and make them aligned like this, like so. And let's choose one of them and see how it works. This is exactly how I want it to work. Exactly. Yes. You can also increase the size of the toggles themselves. So we're going to choose these. Instead of this, we're going to make them large. And here we're going to make them large too. So another awesome way to be able to control the toggles. So let's say you want this, but you want the toggle to be unselected or focused or whatever you want. So a great way is to make nested auto layout or nested components. So you're able to take this internal component. So these are two components. This is the big component. This is the small component. You're able to take the settings from here and put it on top of the main component so that you're able to select everything from one menu. You don't have to select on this toggle and then change it to, for example, selected or unselected like this. You don't need to do that at all. So what you can do is you can go to the main component, add a plus icon, and then expose properties from nested instances. This is a very powerful tool. So we're going to click it. Which one would you like? I would like to show the toggle switches property. Now, if you look at the instance, you will see that it is divided between the main one and the sub one. You're able to select anything and to change anything you like from the main menu. Very, very powerful tool. And of course, we are going to deselect the anywhere one. So we're gonna remove the text right. Now it's like this. If you want to remove the toggle and add the text, it will look like that, which is exactly how I want it to act. One more thing that we can add is that we can design the instance swap. So we're gonna go back here. We're gonna choose this icon. We're gonna choose all of the icons similar with magic. And then we're gonna apply instance swap. So icon left. Yes, create property. And we are done. You can also make it appear, disappear. So add icon left. So of course it's gonna say we can't because we already did this the naming convention before. So we're gonna go into our instance swap settings and then changing from the naming convention so that it properly aligns. So here, the swap, here without anything. So let's go ahead and design our loading animation. So as you can see, Facebook uses a circular loading animation that keeps going like this. It's basically a curve like that, and it doesn't have any corner radius. So let's do it together. Let's make a frame. Let's take the exact dimensions of this, like so. Gonna paste it here. Let's make another frame for the thing itself to get it probably as much as we can. Let's do it like this. Let's do it like this. So it's basically 22 by 22, like so. And all right, so it's 22 by 22. So now let's make the thing itself. So this is basically a circle. So we're gonna make a circle that has 22 by 22 dimensions, like so. And it has an arc, like so. All right. And we're gonna reduce this to this. Now it looks very similar. Let's make the fill into icon primary. And that's about it. Let's make the frame, the component. And this is our loading indicator. Let's delete this. Let's go to our design annotations. Let's copy this and let's paste it in our loading indicator over here. These are our components. And this is our loading indicator. Loading indicator. And the settings or the description is going to be as such. And this is text MD. And this is text default. Loading indicators are a helpful way to indicate to the user that content is on the way. These should be these should be used sparingly and only in cases where the loading time is very short. For longer loading times, we suggest using a progress bar to give the user a more realistic indication of how long the process will take. All right, let's take this. Let's give this a corner radius as well of 4, like so. And let's make another variant. Let's put them inside here. So we're gonna put them over here, and we're gonna make them all very similar. We're gonna increase this to here, and the difference between them is the sizing. So here this is 22 by 22. Here this is 32 by 32. So much larger. And this is also gonna be centered like this. This is also gonna start from here and go all the way to here. So this is our SM. This is our size. This is our MD. And this is going to be 64 by 64. And this is going to be 42 by 42. This is our LG. So let's go ahead and go to our design annotations. Copy this and paste it in our sliders. Here, this is our sliders. Here, this is our components. And here, these are our sliders. Sliders. And this is our description. Let's change this to text MD and the color to text default. Sliders allow users to select a range of data points. They're useful for dynamic filtering of data. Let's go ahead and start making our component. So we're going to go to our assets and we're going to write circle to get the circle for our indicator. We're going to make this 32 by 32, like so. And we are going to change the color to icon primary. Let's make this into a component, Control Alt K. And we're going to add a text box on top of it. This text box is going to be 43 by 34. And it is going to have a corner radius of 8. We're going to make the color of this into our surface neutral, like so. And we're going to add some text, 0%. And we're going to make this into a auto layout. And it's going to look something like this. Let's make sure this is going to be center aligned. Like so. And this is center aligned, which is great. So we're going to have to put this frame inside of here so that whenever we drag or remove this item, it drags and moves this also item as well. So we're going to go to file, we're going to choose this frame, and we're going to drag it inside of the circle component. Let's center align it so it looks great. We're going to also make another one. So we're going to copy this, put it down here, and we're going to remove uh, the fill, and we're going to make this much bigger. So LG regular, and it's going to look something like that. Let's make a border here. So the stroke, border, neutral, subtle. Let's make this 2 so it looks good. All right, let's make sure this is inside of here. Okay, this is okay. All right, let's make sure this is center aligned. So this is our component. Let's make another one. Also, let's make instance swap for this. Not instance swap, the boolean or the on and off. So let's go to appearance. Let's click on here and let's click on plus. And this is the top box. Let's click on it. And here we're going to add the bottom box as well. Like so. Let's make another component or another variant. We're gonna, this is our, okay, let's add a variant. Let's make this much larger. Let's drag this downwards. And this is going to be our hover. So with our hover, we want the fill inside here to be more apparent. So what we want is we want to make a hover variant. So we're gonna say this is our hover, and the property one, this is our states. So what we want is we want to have a fill inside of here with the hover color, so that it is nice and indicates that there's a hover icon currently being pressed. So we're gonna click our circle, and we're gonna make a circle around here, and try as much as possible to have the same dimensions as the circle itself, like so. Doesn't have to be perfect, just to get the job done, like so. And we're gonna make this into our icon hover, and this is also our icon hover. So the circle is pressed right now, so it indicates that. And let's make sure these are inside of here. If I click on the hover, does it? Yes, it moves with me. All right, perfect. Next, let's make our focus. So we're gonna copy this, put it downwards. Let's increase the size of our circle component, and we're gonna add a effect, the focus ring effect. All right, so let's go ahead and put them inside of our component, like so. Let's also make the bar itself. So our bar has some different dimensions. So 320 by 8. So let's make a frame, 320 by 8 pixels. And it's gonna be perfectly rounded corners. So we're gonna make the corners into our avatar. like so. So it's nice and rounded. And we're gonna have the color itself to be icon placeholder. Let's make it subtle, like so. And let's make the progress bar. So we're gonna have the also it's gonna be it's gonna be 220 by 8 pixels as well. It's gonna also be rounded corners, like so. And it's gonna have a fill of primary icon default. So it's gonna look something like this. Let's make sure this is inside of this. And this is our progress bar. Let's put it here next to the items. You might think that, hey, why not make this into a component? This is because you cannot change the dimensions of something that is inside of a component. So here I cannot, if I make this whole thing into a component, I cannot change the size of this or shift it left and right. It's going to be uh, rigid because of course the definition of a component is that what's inside the component is rigid. So we're not going to make it into a component, and we're just going to use this like so. And we're going to use any one of these like so. Let's add a fill to the button itself. So we're going to make another circle frame. We're going to put it inside of it so that it's nice and distinguishable, like so. It's inside of this. Yes, let's make the color icon white or inverse. Let's make it a nice white color, or the S1 actually, like so. And this is when it's hovered, which is good. Let's go back here. It looks much better. So the dimensions of this, so we want 25%. So 25% of 320 is 80. Like so. And we're going to make another copy and put it here. So this is 0 and this is 25. And this is 0. And we're just going to remove these. So switch the bottom ones off. So everything is on top like so. Going to make all of this into a component. And we're going to say this is our property. And this is the percentage. And for our first one, this is 25%. Let's make another one. Let's increase the size of this. Let's go ahead and put it like this. And this like this. So let's make this into a percentage start. So it starts at 0%, not 25%. Like so. And here, the percentage start is 0% as well. Let's make another variant or property. Clicking on the progress, the plus icon, and then the variant. So percentage finish. The default of it is 25. So this is 25, and this is going to be 50%. The dimensions of this is 160, not 80. This is going to be in the middle, like so. And this is going to be 2050. Let's make another one. This is 75. This is going to be 240. And we're going to drag this over here. And this component is going to be 0 and 75. This is 0 and 50. This is 0 and 25. Good. Next. This is 0 and 100%. Let's drag this to the right, like so. And let's make this 320. Let's increase the size of this just a bit. Much better. Let's go ahead and put them to the right, like so. So let's choose these three, and we're going to make a duplicate of them, like so. And we're going to change the starting percentage from 0 to 25. And we're going to select what is inside here, so all of the blue progress lines. And we're going to add 80 pixels to them, to their x-axis, so that they shift 80 pixels to the right. And we're going to choose these, and we're going to also displace them to put them where they should be, like so. And we're going to change this from 0 to 25 and this to 50. And here as well, we're going to shift it to here. Whenever you see, so whenever you're trying to change the position of these icons, make sure to press Control so that it doesn't go outside of the frame, because it thinks that, hey, you want to choose to take this and put it in somewhere different. But of course, this is not what we want. So this is going to be 75. And here, let's, and while clicking Control, drag it to this position. Here as well, this is going to be 100%. And we're going to select this while pressing on Control and dragging to the new position. Let's make sure it's inside. It is inside. All right, this as well. Drag to the new position. This is 25. And let's change this 25 and 100. And this 25 and 75. This 25 and 50. And it looks well. Let's choose these two, make a duplicate of them, drag them downwards like so. And we're gonna select the progress lines and add a 80 to the positioning. Let's try that again. Choose the progress lines and say 160, like so. So it starts from 50. Let's select the icons and drag while clicking on Control. Like so. And here, like so. Here as well, like so. And here, like so. This is 50. This is 100. This is 25. This is 50. This is 75. Like so. So this is going to be 50 and 20 and 75. This is going to be 50 and 100. And so far so good. Let's make one more. 4 from 75 to 100. So let's make a copy of this. Put it down here. This is going to be 75, 100. This is going to be 80. And we're going to add, so plus 80 to the x-axis. And we're going to drag this up here. 75. And this is going to be 75. And this is 50. Let's go ahead and test this out, see how it goes. So 75, 100, yes, 50, 25, 0. 0 and 25, okay. Let's say 0 and 50, 0 and 75, 0 and 100. So there's a problem with 0 and 100. This one. Yeah, this is going to be 0 and 100. Let's try this again. 0 and 100. And this is okay. Let's say 50 and 100, 50 and 75, a-okay, 25 and 100, 25 and 75. All right, looks good. Let's put it inside of our component. And this is called our progress bar, or our slider. Let's go ahead and add the settings of the individual buttons or the individual icons to the overall settings of the progress bar. So let's select our entire frame. Let's press enter so that we select all of what's inside. And let's just add plus icon, and we're going to add the nested instances. Which ones? So basically all of these ones we are going to add. Like so. Let's take an example. And you can see we can toggle this up on and off whenever we want. And we can also change the state to hover and hover. So works very well. So let's go ahead and design our tabs. As you can see, we have two pages here with two tabs. So here we have a large tab with maybe 7 or 8 buttons. And here we have two tabs. So we're going to learn how to make them responsive so that when we only have two tabs, the button itself stretches to the full size of the page. And then when we have multiple tabs, each and every button shrinks until it's barely in this zone. So this is of course a responsive technique that we will be designing for. Let's go ahead and go to our design annotations, copy the block, go ahead and go to our tabs and paste it here. This is our tabs. These are our components slash tabs. These are our tabs. And let's get the description. Let's make it text, MD. Let's make it text default. Tabs are a navigational control that allows users to switch between different sections or views within the same context without leaving the current page. Tabs organize related content into distinct categories, making it easier to browse and compare. Use tabs when content is closely related and benefits from being displayed side by side, and always provide clear, concise labels to indicate what each tab contains. So let's go ahead and make our tab button. So we're going to make a text. It's going to be events. And this is going to have an auto layout. And this auto layout is going to have dimensions. It's going to have border 10 by 10. And it's going to have a dimension minimum width of 72 pixels. So minimum width is going to be 72. Why? Because I don't want my button to ever be smaller than this. So this is why we have a minimum width, like so. And the height is going to be 44, which it is already. Great. This is our icon, or this is our thing. Let's go ahead and make it into a component. And this is going to be our tabs button. All right, now let's make another one. Let's make another variant. Let's add the variant. So this is in its not highlighted form or unselected. So this is the type. This is going to be unselected. This is going to be selected. So here the text itself is going to change. This is going to be text primary. And here this is going to be black. So text default. And we're going to have a bottom border for the auto layout itself. So we're going to make a stroke primary border, and it's going to be on the bottom side of the thing. So it's going to look like that, just like here. Great. Let's put it into our box. Now let's make the tab bar itself. We're gonna use one of these like so, and we're gonna put them side by side. We're gonna make these into an auto layout, and we're gonna make this into our component. This is called our tab bar. So when I have two buttons like this, I want to take the whole width of the mobile, not just this small size. So, and my width of my mobile is 375. So I want it to stretch with the box itself. If I make it into a line like this, it's gonna go left and right. So I want the box I want the button to stretch with the dimensions of this. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go here and we're gonna say fill container, and this as well fill container. And we're gonna go ahead and go back and make this center aligned and make the text center aligned by double clicking on it, highlighting the text and making it center aligned. And this center aligned. So it is in nice and in the middle of the screen. Now when I switch this to selected, it looks exactly the same as this. So we can see that this is a more gray color, or the placeholder. So let's make it the placeholder text like so, and translates here perfectly. Let's do the next one. So this is our variant, and this is called our number, our rows, and this one is called 2. Let's call it numbers. So two buttons. Let's add another one. Go ahead and click on the plus. Let's make multiple of these. Let's make it larger. All right, let's add another one. So as you can see, it already automatically added. It made everything fit inside, so everything is okay. And let's say if I make this into a selected and this unselected, everything is proportional and looks great. So these are 3. Let's make another one. So these are going to be 4. We're going to add another one here, and it looks great. Next, 5. I'm going to add another one, another button like so. Let's add another one. These are 5, these are 6. Now let's add another one, see what happens. Now it of course broke. Why? Because I have a minimum width for the button, so I don't have enough space, and I also have a maximum size for this frame. So what we're gonna do is, whenever this happens, we are going to make this into a hug. So now let's delete this and put in another one. It increased. It increased while maintaining the minimum size that I have, exactly like the one up top here. So these are the minimum sizes of the buttons, and when you add them, they go beyond the frame itself. So this is the frame of the phone. So whenever you want to do this, you can scroll and you can get the video and the next button and so on, while maintaining the minimum size of the button, which is exactly what is required. So these are 6. You can even add a few more by clicking on the plus, double clicking and adding, and it increased like this. We can even add one more. These are 7, and these are 8. And we can increase the size just one more. Perfect. Let's go ahead and put them inside of here. Let's test our component to make sure it works perfectly. All right, the naming is good, and it brings out the corresponding one. We can also bring in the nested instance settings, so we can make it like that. And for all the buttons, I think that would make it into too much of a hassle. Whenever I want to change anything, I can just go and double click on the instance and then change it from there. So I think it should be much easier to do that from there. All right. All right, so now let's design the tooltip. As you can see, this is what it looks like. It's basically a blue box with some text inside of it and just a tooltip arrow pointing to the thing that you are describing. So we're going to design that today. Let's do it. Let's go ahead and get the annotation. Copy this. Paste it in our tooltips. Paste it here. And these are our components. Slash tooltips. These are our tool tips. Is as follows. We're going to take this. This is our text MD. And the fill is text like so. Tooltips are used to describe or identify an element. In most scenarios, tooltips help the user understand the meaning or function of an icon or display the alternate text of an image. So basically, let's design this component. We can make a frame, have it exactly the same dimensions as this. And this is our tooltip. Let's make this into an auto layout, add some text. And this is my tooltip. Let's make the size XS, text XS, regular. And let's change the color of this to text inverse. Let's change the color of this to surface default. And let's add corner radius of 8 all around. Corner radius of 8. Let's add some padding of 12 and 8. Like so. Now let's add the tooltip arrow. So we're going to go to our assets. We're going to write arrow or tooltip shape. Here we go. Add it here. So let's make this superpositioned. So first let's make sure it's inside the frame. This is our tooltip. Let's put it inside. So it added it into the auto layout, which gave it its own space. So we're just gonna click on this button, which is superpositioning. So ignore auto layout of the thing. Maybe put it to the right like so. And then here, clip content, we can turn this off. And the color is going to be icon primary. And nicely and centered. Let's make this into a component. And let's add a variant. So here this is arrow right. Arrow right. And also we're going to add another property, which is the size. This is small, and these both are small. We're going to add this maybe on top. So we're going to rotate it this much, and we're going to put it like this in the middle. So here the arrow is top. Let's add two more. Let's change it like this. Let's put it to the left and say this is my arrow left. And here, rotate, put it down here. And this is my arrow bottom. Let's make this a bit bigger. So we're going to have a smaller, we're going to have a bigger variant. Let's increase this. Let's make another one of these. So let's make this much larger. Let's add some text. So we're going to add a subtext. So T, add, and subtext. And we're going to make them the auto layout top and bottom, like so. This is going to be a bit smaller. XX regular. This is going to be medium. This is going to be regular. And this is going to take our fill text placeholder, like so. Let's take the arrow and put it down here, maybe. Yeah, so let's keep it as white, like so. And the subtle difference is in the regular versus not regular. We can make this even more distinguishable. Oh wait, let's divide it like this. This is going to be my bold. This is going to be my regular, so that it is clear that this is more important than this, because this is the subtext. Let's make them hug and hug, and maybe add some gibberish so that it's multi-line. And we're going to have a maximum width of 375 at maximum width. Actually, let's keep it as 200. So it's nice and easy to read. And yeah, so whenever I add, it just goes downwards. And then I adjust the arrow whenever I want, like so. All right, looks great. This is the arrow. This is the large. Actually, LG. And let's make all of these SM. LG bottom, exactly. Let's add another one. Maybe to the right this time. Like so. Superposition it again. Put it to the right on top, like so. This is my tooltip, and this is the text, and this is the place, and here it is on the right. Your key. Put it up here just a bit. Let's add a few more. Let's make this larger. Here the arrow is going to be on top. Rotate it. Put it like this. This is my tooltip, and it is well structured. And we are going to say this is top. Another one. It's going to be on the left. going to be on the left, on top left. This is my tooltip, and this is going to be left. And we are... So when we think of the Facebook post or the Facebook application, we really think of the Facebook feed. This is where 98% of all of the users live, and where they consume the content, and where they reply to messages, and they react, and they watch videos, and they watch pictures, and they meet new people, and it's where everyone lives. So this really has to be flexible, and it has to be very, very well designed. So how are we going to do this? We're going to do this by making this into slots. So let's go ahead and see what we're going to design. So here, for example, this is the Facebook, one of the Facebook posts, and it has a relationship, or it has an announcement, something like that. So this will be designed. This will be our two grid. So 2 or 4 grid. And this is our link or an article where someone is sharing an article or a link. And yeah, the 4 column grid as well. So we're going to do that together. This is our design annotations. As you can see, this is called the media post, which is not the post itself. This is the slot that will be put inside the middle section of this thing. So if you think of this top part is the post header. This is the middle section, and this is the bottom section. We're designing this specific part, and then we will be using slots to put in the content that we want and to change it out easily. So the media post, the media content engine is the primary visual slot within the post shell. It is a highly flexible container designed to serve a variety of content types, from static images to complex link previews, while maintaining a consistent horizontal rhythm within the Facebook feed. So let's begin by doing the announcement first. So first thing we're going to do, we're going to make a frame. And this is going to be called _ announcements. This is going to be 375 by 116. We're going to put a text here, which says, in a relationship. We're going to put another text underneath it that says today. This is going to be our text, medium, regular, and the color is text, placeholder. This is going to be our text, X large, semi-bold. So let's get a button to get this sort of shape. So we're going to go and get one of our buttons, like so. Let's turn this into an icon. And in the icon itself, it is going to be a heart, like so. So it looks pretty much just like the one we saw before. Let's make this into an auto layout. Make it top to bottom. Let's put this to the top. Let's make it center aligned. And there we go. Let's see the height. So we can have a distance between these. So the gap can be 4. And let's increase the gap until we reach 116. Off top and bottom until we reach 116 or 117. And that is how it looks. Let's make this into a component. And this is our first slot. We're going to put it here. Just like so. Let's design the next one. So we're going to design a 1 picture grid. And the size of this is going to be 375 by 273. So we're going to make a frame, 375, 273. Like so. Let's get an image from Unsplash. Any food item or something. Food. Because we all know that Facebook loves food. Yeah, something like this. Very flavorful. And that this is going to be, it's going to be the single image or video. or video. Now, an image and a video has the same size pretty much when you see it on Facebook. However, there is a maximum height that Facebook implements, and we will also be doing that here. So you never see an image that takes up a lot of real estate down like this. This is because, of course, it's going to be hard to navigate and it's going to take up all of your feed. So Facebook implements a maximum height. The maximum height is 4 by 5. So the width is 4 and the height is 5. This is the maximum the height can be. So if I am designing for a device that is 375, what is the maximum height? So this is a cross multiplication. So 375 times 5 divided by 4 is 469. So the maximum height my application can have is 369. So we're gonna for the height of this. Okay, first of all, let's make this into an auto layout. And this is hug, and the maximum height is 469. Or 4 by 5 or something like this. And let's put an underscore at the beginning. So now when I increase the size, if I have a very large portrait picture, this is the maximum it can have. So let's make this into a component. And let's make the picture itself into fill. And we are done. Let's put it with the rest. And this is just fine. Let's make the 4-column grid. So we're going to press F. And this is the grid or underscore grid. And let's bring any picture from Unsplash again. Maybe from the beach. Like this. Like so. Let's make this smaller. So let's make this into a fixed aspect ratio. Like so. So it doesn't distort the image or crop it when we don't want it. Let's put the picture inside of this grid. Let's make this into an auto layout and from left to right because we want it to expand left to the right. So let's remove any padding that we see. And let's make the gap into a 4. Now, let's put in another picture and see what happens. So my height or my width is the same. It is 375. So, however, you added another picture, so there is more real estate, and it made the picture smaller. So it took from the bottom. This is okay. Let's add one more. We never see a 3-column grid like this in Facebook. So the way we implement this is that we put a minimum width for the individual image. So we're going to select both images like this. We're going to go to our width and add minimum width. So the minimum width is the width of my screen divided by 2. So my screen that I'm designing for is 375 divided by 2 is 187.5. And we have a gap between them. So let's say 185. So my minimum width is 185. And that is the maximum my image can be. And here my width is just 375 like before. And as you can see, it looks okay. Now, when I add one more, it went away. So what we can do is we can make it again wrap. Now it went to the next row. It went to the next row because it couldn't find any space here to put in the 3rd row. And that is how you see any grid system in Facebook. So this is okay. Let's Control-Alt-K for to make it a component, and we're gonna put it with the rest. And finally, we're gonna make this sort of link. So again, we're gonna make another frame, and the dimensions is going to be 375 by 285. This is a link underscore 375,285. So let's make this sort of header. We're going to make a frame, and the dimensions of this frame is 375 by 85. 85. Let's make the text. So we're going to put in text here. This is going to be BBC News / 2-minute read. Or 20-minute or 2-minute, yeah, just 2. Let's make this into text SM regular, and the color is going to be text placeholder, and it looks something like this. Let's check and see how it looks, and it looks just fine. Let's put it back. Next, we're gonna make the next title, so let's copy this. The color is going, or the size is going to be medium bold, and the text is going to be text default. Let's add the text itself. British Airways unveils jumpsuit in uniform revamp. It went to the right, which is fine. So this is, we're gonna first of all make this into an auto layout. We're gonna add 8 margins throughout, top and bottom, left and right. And we're gonna have a gap of 0. Revamp. And it fixed itself like so. It looks pretty much the same. Let's put in the background. So the fill is going to be surface background, just like the light gray over here. And we're gonna put it underscore header, or link header. Let's put it over here. Let's make it into a component, and we're gonna put it right down here. So now we finished that section. Let's put it with the thing, and we're almost done. Let's get any picture from Unsplash. So we're gonna go to Unsplash, news, search, breaking news, and this is the picture. Let's put it inside the frame like so. Let's make them into an auto layout. This is going to be underscore link, and we don't have a gap, and it's top and bottom. The gap is 0. The gap is 0, and it looks just fine. This is going to be our third or our fourth slot. Now, if I have any picture that I want to switch with, so let's say I designed the top section, I designed the bottom section, and I want to switch quickly between these two things, I will get one of these, and then I can switch using instant swap, for example, with the grid, like so. I can switch with the link, like so. So now it's a slot. It is something that is flexible. If a designer wants to make a graph, if the designer wants to make a bar chart, if the designer wants to make anything in the world, they can switch. Instead of having a component that is rigid, that I cannot switch anything with, now I'm able to switch using slots. So earlier in the course, we designed something called a Moodle sheet. This Moodle sheet has this sort of dark overlay on top of it. So it is basically something that you put on top of any page that you want. So it is like having a sheet that you place on top of a piece of paper. So it distorts the sheet just a bit that is behind, and it makes you pay attention to what is on top. So let's get it. We're going to go to our assets underscore Moodle sheet. There it is. We're going to, so this has a slot here. We're going to go to our jars that we designed before. And we're going to take one of the jars that we designed. So we made a slot, if you guys remember, and we can switch with this component, which is the filter places. So we can have the title and the rest as well. And this is what it looks like. We can copy this and we can put it, we can make this into a component actually. This is going to be our filter places. We can copy it. We can go to our jars and paste it over here. Now we can switch this with the filter jar that we have, or places, like so. We can get rid of this. And so far, so good. So this is the sheet that will be on top of what is underneath. So let's get what's underneath. Let's get any of our pages or any of our templates. Maybe, let's say the profile, page profile. We're going to get it. And we're going to get it, put it over here. So here we have the page that we're going to put the thing on top of it. And this is the Moodle sheet. We're going to make a frame for this because, of course, we cannot add anything to something that is already a component. So we're going to put a frame on top, and it's going to have 0 margins and 0 padding. We're going to put this inside of this frame. And this frame is, of course, left to right, as you can see. And we're going to make the gap a negative so that it is on top of the other one, like so. So we're not paying attention to what's behind. We're paying attention to what's up front, and everything works great. This is going to be our jar page, and it's going to be a component, and we're going to put it right here. For the design annotations, jar template slash jar jar. The jar overlay or the Moodle bottom sheet functions as a contextual workspace for transient, high-focus tasks that do not require full navigation commitment, such as filtering results or adjusting complex settings. Structurally, this template anchors to the bottom of the viewport and utilizes a background scrim, darkened overlay, to visually suppress the parent interface, thereby isolating the user's attention on the immediate subtask. So how are we going to design the any sheet or any drop down or anything that is on top of the page? So when you look at this, this is not a page by itself. So we're not making a page that has this sort of opacity with a black screen and it has a frame on it or a drawer on it. We are making something that goes on top of a previously designed page. So it is like an overlay, something on top of something else. So this is called a Moodle sheet. It is a sheet of paper that you put on top to prioritize what is on top and deprioritize what is on the bottom using an opacity layer like this. So this will be designed and we'll use it when we're making any jars or anything that is on top of, or a Moodle, something like that. So let's go ahead. We're going to get our design annotations. We're going to go to components, get one of our design annotations, and then go to our Moodle sheet. Paste it here. This is our Moodle underscore Moodle sheet component slash Moodle sheet underscore Moodle sheet. The Moodle sheet serves as the architectural container for high priority transient interactions that demand exclusive user focus. Structurally, it couples a global scrim layer, dimmed overlay, with a centered or bottom sheet content vessel to visually and functionally decouple the active task from the underlying interface. So we're going to get a drop down that we have, or a jar, something like this. And we're going to go to the Moodle sheet, and we're going to paste it right here for now. We're going to make a frame that is 375 by 865. And we're going to get one of our slot. We're going to put it inside of here. We're going to make it 375 by 586. Or 586. So like this. We're going to make this fill. So this is what it looks like. This is the jar when it comes up. It's going to take this position. And of course, this is a placeholder frame for when we want to switch it with the jar component or anything else we want to switch it with. We're going to make the frame itself black. And it's going to have an opacity of 70%. So that if I am on top of something, it puts a dark image on top of it. So it blurs it just like this. We're going to make this into a component. And this is going to be our underscore Moodle sheet. Let's make an instant swap so that we're able to switch whenever we want. So this is going to be the slot. Create property. And we are okay. So let's go ahead and do our Facebook posts, one of the most important elements in the Facebook design system. So this is the design annotations, section / post, feed post, a versatile card-based container used to display user-generated content in the newsfeed. The component is structurally divided into 3 subparts: the header, the media, and the footer. And of course, this is what it's going to look like. The top section is the list item. We're going to get it, and we're going to add one more icon to the right so that we can have 2. Right now, the design is just 1. We're going to add a text box over here. We're going to add the thing that we designed before, the media section, and we're going to design the bottom part as well. So something that is very well designed, and it's going to be nice and easy. So let's go to our list item to add the section, the icon. This is what we did before. I'm going to go ahead and take this, copy it, put it over here. We can highlight these 2 and make them into an into a container, and then have a gap between them of, let's say, 8. So something like this. Let's fix what's happening here. Let's make this hug. And so far so good. Let's copy this, put it here as well. And we're going to make these into like this. And the gap is 8 as well. Let's make this hug. Let's add some properties. So we're going to select the new thing that we made. We're going to go and apply instant swap. So this is going to be icon right to swap. Create, and then appear and disappear. Icon right to. And here as well, the same thing. Then put this to the left. Here, icon right to as well, swap. And here, icon right to. Let's check to see how it works. Let's put it over here. Let's say I don't want icon right to, or I do want it. So let's get the list item. Get it from here. Now we're going to have 2 icons like this, and we are going to have a bigger avatar. So let's make it MD. It's going to have a border. So feature border. like so. And let's make this BBC News. And this is 3 space D. In order to get this dot, we're going to have to click on the windows and then dot in order to get the icons and emojis. And we're going to go to this bar and we're going to click on the dot like so. And let's get the globe as well. Globe. There we go. Let's get the 3 dots. So we're going to swap with the dots. And here we're going to swap with the X. Close. Like so. We can make this top aligned like so. And here we can change the colors of these to icon placeholder. So far, so good. Now let's make the text. So T, the airline has updated its workwear for the first time in 20 years. So something like this. Let's put it here for now. Next, let's get the news or the underscore post, media post, the thing that we designed before. So the link like so. And we're gonna get, so we can make these two into the top section. It has a gap of 8, like so. This is the header. Let's make the footer. So we're gonna get a button, like so. Let's remove the icons. Let's remove the icon right. And we're gonna change the text to like. And this is gonna be the thumbs up, like so. We're gonna change the color to icon placeholder. And the color of this as well to, I think we can also change the whole thing to color neutral ghost. So it looks like that. Let's change the color of the text to text placeholder. And great. We can also remove the corner radius if we want. So it's going to be 0. Let's put 3 next to each other. And this is going to be comment. This is going to be share. Let's replace this with the share logo icon. And let's replace this with the comment. Like so. Let's make these into an auto layout. And the gap is 0. Good. Let's make the next section. So the next section, we're going to get an icon or a thumbs up. So we're going to get this from the Facebook emojis. I'm going to make it 24 by 24, or maybe even 20 by 20. Like so. Put it over here. So let's add some text here. This is going to be 9.7K. This is going to be text SM regular. And the color is going to be text placeholder. Let's make them into an auto layout, like so. Let's get this text. Let's put it over here. 1.1K comments. And right next to it, 2, 3, 4 shares. So far, so good. Let's make these into an auto layout. A gap of, let's say, 8. And these auto layout as well. Shift A, and looks great. Let's make all of these into, so this is the header. This is gonna be the footer. Shift A, footer. We can make this fill container. And this is also fill. Good. Let's make all of these into the card. Shift A. Let's add a gap of 0 between them. See how they look. Here, let's add a gap of 0 as well. So let's add some margin here. The margin is 8 by 12. Okay. The rest is fine. The rest is fine. So let's add a border as well. So here, we're going to add a border bottom, stroke, border, placeholder, 0.5 width, and it's going to be at the bottom. And looks fine. Here as well, we're going to add another border. So stroke, border, placeholder, bottom, like so. And for this entire auto layout, this is going to be our post. Here, this is going to be, we're going to take this. We're going to make this into a component. This is the underscore header. Let's delete this. Put the instance instead. This is fine. This is also going to do the same. Let's make this the component. Underscore footer. And delete this. Put the instance instead. And let's make this fill S1. Let's change the color here, especially here. This is going to be text default. And the gap can be 0. Here we're gonna reduce the gap here to maybe 4. And here we're gonna make the stroke outside to make it more visible. And 0.5, like so. So it looks okay. And we can push these updates to the main component. Let's make this into a component. Let's add some settings. So sometimes we want the text, sometimes we don't. We can apply it from the header. So here we're going to make this appear and disappear. Text. And we can bring this to the main component. Properties, nested instances, and the header. Like so. Is there anything else we want? Maybe sometimes this can appear and disappear as well. So we can go to the main component and then double click on this, appear and disappear. This is the reaction section, like so. Now I'm able to make it appear or disappear. And I can go and apply it also in the properties section. Let's go ahead and put all this in the feed post. Let's make sure it's working well and make sure it's responsive. If I increase it, the bottom part increases, but the top part, this means that we should make this into a fill container. So here, these are going to be fill. This is also fill container. And it's going to be hug. And okay, let's see if this updates. This is going to be fill. We're going to go to the text and we're going to make a margin left and right. It makes it into an auto layout. margin left and right of 8. So we fixed the top section. It's time to fix this section as well. Let's go to the main component. Let's double click here and make this fill container. Let's make this fill as well. Let's go to the other one. And it is responsive and it looks great. So let's design this login form. As you can see, we have a picture up top, which we're going to use from this frame. We have two input fields. We have one button and we have another button that is primary ghost. So let's do it. So this is our login, our design annotations, login form. This authentication container serves as the primary access point, visually anchored by a brand-centered hero illustration. It utilizes a stacked input group layout for credentials, phone, email, and password to minimize vertical space, followed immediately by a prominent full-width primary button for the login action. Okay, we're gonna get a duplicate of this. I'm gonna take the picture as it is, like so. Let's get our input field, or our input. There we go. We're going to remove the title, the helper text, the icons. So it's just a very, very tiny field like this. And we're going to remove this and say phone number or email address, like so. Let's make a duplicate, put it underneath it. And of course, this is the password, like so. Let's get the button. Here it is. Let's remove the icons. And here we're going to rename it to log in, like so. We're going to duplicate this again. And here we're going to rename it to forgotten password. We're going to change the settings to primary ghost, just like this. So we're going to make these into an auto layout by themselves with a 16 pixel gap. These are going to be an auto layout as well with a 0 pixel gap. And these two will be an auto layout with a 14 pixel gap. And we will add some margins, 16 by 16. We're going to make all of them fill. So this is already fill. Here, this is going to be fill container. This is already fill. And this whole thing will be fill as well. And this whole thing is already fill. Good. So it looks pretty much the same. We're going to make all of them into a auto layout. This will be our login form. And it's going to be a component. The gap here is just 24. This is also going to be fill to stretch to my frame. And it looks great. Let's add the color. So this is going to be S1. There we are. I think this is it's not white. It's going to be placeholder, or placeholder subtle even. There we go. Let's put it here. And we are A-OK. So let's now make the buy box section. As you can see, it is divided from a picture up top. It has a page indicator in the picture. This is going to be nested. It's going to be a position superposition. Then we have a title. Then we have the section we're going to design. Then we have a few list items, one on top of each other, the small size. And here we have the list item as well. And here we have two buttons, one on top of each other. So we're going to organize it in a certain way. So let's get a picture. Let's go to Unsplash. Unsplash. We can make a frame with the dimensions of this. like so. You can get any picture, for example, a toy. Yeah, let's say this picture. All right. So this is going to be the underscore picture. Let's get the page indicator, like so. We're going to make this into an auto layout. We're going to make it again the size that it was. We're going to make this into a superposition, and we're going to put it back down here. The height of this is 375, and the width is 375. Let's make this into a 3 dots, and we're okay. Let's make the text, the description. We made this into a component. No, not yet. Control Alt K. Let's make the text for the description. To my daughter, I love you forever. Keychain or car, like so. We're gonna make this heading 3 bold. That's fine for now. Let's make this section. So this is going to be the price section. So this is going to be interchangeable. Sometimes there's an offer, sometimes there isn't an offer. Sometimes it's in stock, sometimes it is not in stock. So we're going to design this in a specific way. So first, let's make the text $4. So this is one item. Next, $8 that has this slash on top of it. So we're going to go to the properties, and we're going to add the scratched out section, and we're going to write the in stock or not. So another T. We're going to bring in the dot from the items here, and we're going to write in stock. This is going to be text XL regular. This is going to be text XL regular, and this is going to be text MD regular. Let's make them all into an auto layout with a distance between them of 8. So this one we're going to take, and we're going to make this into a component. Control Alt K. We're going to make this into an auto layout with 0 margins. And we're going to make this into a component. We're going to make a variant for this. So this is in stock. So this is the in stock. So this is true. I'm going to make another one. We're going to make it red. So the text error. And this is out of stock. This is the underscore stock. Let's put it over here for now. You can change this to text default. So far, so good. Let's bring one of these, put it over here, and remove this, put this instead. This one is going to be text placeholder. This is going to be text default. The name of this is the underscore price. Let's put it over here underneath this. And here, sometimes this is going to be available, sometimes it's not. So we're going to make this appearance conditional. So this is the discount. True. Let's put this also over here. And this can be here for now. Actually, let's put it over here. All right. Let's bring in the list item. Here we go. Let's bring in the small size. And let's change these. So this is going to be text placeholder. We're not going to have these two at all. And we are going to remove the margins. We're going to change the avatar into any icon, for example, the bookmark. Like so. And we can change the color to icon placeholder. There we go. You can make 4 in a row. One of them can be red. So text, error, icon, error. And let's make this into a component. This is going to be underscore details. Let's put this over here for now. Let's make the next quantity section. So we're also going to bring another list item. And this is the big size, the bigger size. And we're going to remove the subheading, subtext. We're going to remove the icon. We're going to remove the icon left. And we're going to change the icon right to the drop down. Like so. This drop down is a placeholder. And the quantity and so on. So we can change this to quantity 1. We can make this into a set of bold. Let's make it medium. We can also remove the padding 0. Good. Let's make the next one. Let's make the buttons like so. We're going to make this button large. We're going to remove the icons. And we're going to change the text to buy now. We're going to make a duplicate. This is going to be our neutral. We're going to add a button icon left. And that icon left is going to be the cart. So far, so good. Let's make them into an auto layout. Shift A. We're going to have a gap of 8 between them. Let's make this fill container. This is a fill container as well. And these are our underscore buttons. Let's make all of these into a container. The gap between them, let's say, is 20. And these are our underscore bottom. Let's make them into a component. And let's make this into a fill container. Great. Let's put this here for now. Let's drag this downwards. Let's write our design annotations. So this is going to be our buy box. This is our section. Sections slash marketplace slash buy box. This is our buy box. This mobile buy box content anchors the conversion flow, utilizing a strict vertical stack layout to prioritize immediate action. It initiates with a quantity selector, implemented as a native drop-down or simple input, positioned directly above the call to action to define the scope of the purchase. Let's drag these downwards. And there we go. Let's bring in the image, put it over here, an instance of it. Next, we have the title. I'm going to put it here as well. Next, we have the price. Next, we have the drop down or the description. And finally, we have the buy like this. Let's make this into an auto layout. This is going to be our buy box component. Let's make this a fill container. Let's make this a fill container. Let's make this a text default. This is a fill container. This is a fill container. And this is a fill container. We're going to make all of these into a component or an auto layout. And we're going to add a margin of 16. Top and bottom. And here we can add a 0 gap between them. Let's make this into a fill of S1. Size of this is 375. Let's actually change the image because it looks pretty weird. Let's go to Unsplash. And let's get, for example, a mug. Like this. Did it change? I think it's changed. Good. So you can see that the gap here is too big. Let's make it 16. And it looks quite nice. Here we can change this to add to basket. And we're done. Let's make this into a component. And let's put it over here. Now, when you want to change anything in the buy box, any picture, any description, you can simply use slots to change anything that you want. So here, instead of this component, you can simply delete it or switch it with any component that you have that you want to change it with. Anything that you would like to change, you can change it quickly and easily from over here. So let's go ahead and design our loading animation. So as you can see, Facebook uses a circular loading animation that keeps going like this. It's basically a curve like that, and it doesn't have any corner radius. So let's do it together. Let's make a frame. Let's take the exact dimensions of this, like so. I'm gonna paste it here. Let's make another frame for the thing itself to get it probably as much as we can. Let's do it like this. Let's do it like this. So it's basically 22 by 22, like so. And all right, so it's 22 by 22. So now let's make the thing itself. So this is basically a circle. So we're gonna make a circle that has 22 by 22 dimensions, like so. And it has an arc, like so. All right. And we're gonna reduce this to this. Now it looks very similar. Let's make the fill into icon primary. And that's about it. Let's make the frame, the component. And this is our loading indicator. Let's delete this. Let's go to our design annotations. Let's copy this. And let's paste it in our loading indicator over here. These are our components. And this is our loading indicator. Loading indicator, and the settings or the description is going to be as such. And this is text MD, and this is text default. Loading indicators are a helpful way to indicate to the user that content is on the way. These should be these should be used sparingly and only in cases where the loading time is very short. For longer loading times, we suggest using a progress bar to give the user a more realistic indication of how long the process will take. All right, let's take this. Let's give this a corner radius as well of 4, like so. And let's make another variant. Let's put them inside here. So we're gonna put them over here, and we're gonna make them all very similar. We're gonna increase this to here, and the difference between them is the sizing. So here this is 22 by 22. Here this is 32 by 32. So much larger. And this is also gonna be centered like this. This is also gonna start from here and go all the way to here. So this is our SM. This is our size. This is our MD. And this is going to be 64 by 64. And this is going to be 42 by 42. This is our LG. So for our nav icon or our nav section, we're going to look at the bottom nav. As you can see, the bottom nav has an icon and it has some text underneath it with about maybe 8 pixels difference. And it has a border on the top like this that shows that it's highlighted. So the icon itself switches from an empty fill to a full fill of the color of the primary color, which is the Facebook blue, and it switches as well. As you can see here, the rest switch as well. So this is what we were going to be designing for the bottom nav. And for the top nav, there's going to be a title and there's going to be a button on the top right and here as well. So let's start doing that together. Let's go ahead and get the design annotations, copy it, and then put it in our nav over here. So this is our navigation. This is our component. This is our navigation. And here is the description. Let's change this to text, MD, regular, and the fill is text black. Navigation is one of the most essential components of the user interface, as it is the primary gateway to the different features the app has to offer. Okay, let's go ahead and start to make our button. So let's go ahead and get our icon, let's say our home icon, from our assets, like so. So let's choose this icon. And for this icon, we are going to have the fill or the stroke here. It's going to be icon primary, like so. And we're going to have some text underneath that says home. And this text is text XS regular, and the thing is going to be blue, text primary blue. It's gonna look like this. Let's make this into an auto layout, and let's have a distance between them of, it has a gap of 4 pixels, and the auto layout itself has a padding of up and down of 12 by 4, like so. Here we can have this hug, and here we are going to have a border. So the border primary, and it's going to be on the top shelf, like so. And it is going to have a pixel density of 2 pixels, the weight, and it looks great. We can also have this filled because this is selected. So we're going to go ahead and fill it with icon primary. Does it look good? It does look good. So this is going to be our component for our bottom nav button, and we're going to make another component. So here this is selected, so this is the type or state. This is going to be selected. Let's say this is the type, and here this is going to be selected hover. So this is type selected, this is going to be also type selected, but we're going to have another state, another variant that says state, and this, we're talking about the hover state. So this is not hovered, so this is default without anything, and here it's going to have a very light blue. So we're going to go ahead and put in a fill, and the fill is going to be primary subtle hover, surface primary subtle hover, and we are going to have a very nice corner radius on a few sides to give that sort of circular effect. So we're going to have a corner radius top and down, or left and right, like so. And here we can choose the individual corner radii, so let's do that. And here's going to be 10, and here it's going to be 10. So it has that like button feeling when you're pressing on it. Is there anything else? Let's add some corner radius or padding left and right, because it's too narrow like this. So here, this is like so. Here I want a padding of 4, but it's not registering the padding. So maybe we can make this into a hug. There we go. Hug and hug. Great. Let's do the unselected. So we're gonna go ahead, increase this. We're gonna choose these two. We're gonna add 2 more. So these are selected. These 2 are unselected. Default and hover. And here we are going to say, so of course with the unselected, we're not going to have the top border. And we're not going to have a fill. And the stroke is going to be icon default. And the home is going to be text default. So that's what it looks like. Next, we are going to Also remove the stroke, and we're not gonna have a fill, and the text is going to be text default. We're not gonna have a fill of the icon, and the stroke is going to be text default, but we are going to have the same color, the fill outside as this. So we're gonna go into fill. So surface, primary, hover, like so. So it's gonna do like that. So whenever, let's say I want to change the tab between, for example, from home to something else, this is going to be, it's going to be unselected. Then I'm going to select it like this, and then it's going to go to this state. And then I want to press on it in the same state. Then it's going to be like this, and then it goes back. So that's how it goes. Let's make sure everything is fine and everything looks great. Let's do our search bar. So for our search bar, it is 283 by 40. So text, search. We're gonna have something like this around it. And this is 40 by 283. Like so. And this is inside of this. Yes, this is inside. Should be here. But why is it not showing? Oh, this is white, so make this into a text, black. And we're gonna input an icon, the search icon, like so. It's a bit too big, so we can reduce the size to 20 by 20. Looks much better. And we can make this into an auto layout. We can increase the size of this to 283. And we're gonna have a corner radius as well of 28, like so. Looks much better. Anything else? I think it looks fine. Let's do the component. This is our search bar. Let's make another component, another variant, like so. So this is going to be for the full screen, or for the entire top bar. So it's going to be much larger. It's going to be 375, which is the width of the whole thing, like so. And it's not going to have a corner radius at all. So corner radius is equal to 0. So the type, our property is going to be the type. It is going to be default. This is going to be full, like this. Let's put them in our box, like so. So let's start to make our bottom nav. So we're going to take one of these, for example, the home, and we're going to make another one next to it, but we're going to change it from the selected to unselected. And it's not hover, it's default. Good. So the first one is our home. The next one is our friends. So we're going to go here and we're going to search for the friends one. So this icon has the name of a profile. So let's look for the profile. There we go. Insert instance. So actually we can just change it from here. So profile. There we go. And the name of it is friends. This is good. Let's do the next one. It's gonna be the watch. The name of it is desktop, like so. And this is the watch. Next, let's do another one. This is going to be our profile. It also has the name, the icon has the name of a profile, so profile, like so. and here profile, and we are going to have two more, one notification. The name of the icon is notification. We can choose any one of these. And finally, we have the menu. I'm gonna go here. This is our menu. And here, this is going to be our burger menu. Who doesn't like a good burger? All right, so you see a problem here. All of these have good widths and everything looks fine, except this one. This has an unusually large width because the notification text is very, very wide. So what lots of websites and lots of applications do is that they even decrease the size of this artificially to a very small text so that they look sort of more similar. So we can do that. Let's detach this and we can make the text maybe a 6 or something. See how it looks? Too small. Can make it into an 8. Much, much better. So it has a similar width. You don't have any large deviations in the sizes. So it looks okay. We can even have it just a bit smaller. We can have it a 7. Much, much better. So you can see no large discrepancy. And the eye doesn't really pop out for the eye, so it's okay. Let's choose all of these and then make them into an auto layout. And we are going to have a distance between them of auto. And what's important is the size of the whole frame. The size of the whole frame is going to be 375, which is the size of my mobile phone. And the distribution is going to be auto. So if I have a text or I have a bigger phone, it just increases with it like so. And therefore responsive. Let's make this into our bottom nav. Let's make this into a component. Let's add one more. So this is going to be our home. This is going to be our home or the type. So because the home is highlighted, let's highlight the friends. So here this is going to be unselected. And here this is going to be selected. Let's change the fill of these. So here we're going to have fills of primary icon, like so. And we're going to add, and this is going to be primary icon as well, like so. Here, all right, so this is the friends one. Let's add one more. We're going to deselect this. And we're going to change these back to our icon, prime icon default. Here, this is going to be also filled. So let's choose these and then change them into icon primary. And this is going to be icon or text primary, primary, yeah. It looks fine. This is going to be selected. There we go. This is the watch. Next, let's do the profile. It's going to be unselected. And these are going to go back to their original color. Icon, default, and text, default. Here, we're going to make this into icon primary. Let's change this to selected. And it looks much nicer. This is for the profile. Next, let's unselect this again. Let's have this go back to our icon primary or icon default. Let's change this to our primary, and also have this selected. So to increase the size of the text, which is fine, let's decrease it again. So here it's going to be 7. Nice and uniform. Looks okay. This is going to be our notifications. And let's unselect this. Let's change this back to our icon default. And here, this is going to be icon primary. This is text primary. And let's change this to selected. And with that, we have a selected state for each and every single tab, which is perfect. Let's put it here. And let's increase it like this. So finally, let's do our top nav. So we're gonna have just the standard top nav with the Facebook logo. So we're gonna get the logo. Let's go to our assets, the logo, and the Facebook logo as is. And let's get the icon, the button, one of our buttons. And let's change this to just the icon. And the type of the icon itself is going to be our neutral outline. Let me check. No, just the neutral, not the outline. Gonna go back here, and this is the neutral. All right, we're gonna have 3 different buttons for this. One for the search and 2 more. So let's make these into an auto layout. The distance between them is the distance between them is 8, like so. And we're gonna do it with this one. And I want this whole frame to be 375. The width of the entire mobile screen. And I want some padding. So 8 by 8. 8 by 8. And I want it to be middle aligned. And I want it to take the whole screen. So it looks like this and it's nice and responsive. So let's make this into a component. Here, let's make this into the, let's say the top nav. Let's make another one. Let's add the type that has the search button. So here we're going to delete this. We are going to ungroup these. And we're going to add the search icon or the search bar. Like so. So it looks like this. So we're going to have an icon on the left. We're going to have an icon on the right. This can be much smaller. No problem. And we're just going to have 2 buttons like this. So I also want this to be much larger. Like so. And this is when, for example, you're searching for a friend, you're searching for a page. It has the search button highlighted. And here one of these is going to be the search and so on. So this is probably always going to be the chevron. So let's change the icon left to the chevron left, like so. And here, this is going to be our settings. So we can change this to settings menu with the gear. And this one can be our search icon. You can also make this much larger, like so. All right, so far so good. Next, let's make it that the button itself is inside of here. So what we can do is we can go back to our search bar and add another type with a button on the right. So let's add one of our icons. Let's say the search medium, whatever. Actually, let's make a copy of this, put it here. So we want the icon to be on the right. So what we can do is we can make these together into an auto layout and then make them an auto layout with the right one so that I'm able to control the distance between them. And I can make this whole thing fill container so that it knows where the final boundaries are. And I can make it auto layout like this or auto align so that it goes to the very end of the whole thing. So now I have a component with two buttons, one on the left, one on the right. So here, two buttons. Let's go back. And here, we're going to change this to our two buttons one. Perfect. And we're going to also delete this one and increase the size of this. Great. Next one. So this is our search plus two buttons. Next, we're going to be doing the top nav with a text or a title in the middle. So let's delete this. So we're going to have another button. So it's going to be two buttons. But one is a text button and one is an actual button. Or an icon button and one is a like this. And the type is going to be a normal button. Let's make the button itself into a primary button. Like so. And we can shut off the left button. And yeah, this is going to be post. We're going to write post. So it changes automatically. We can here add the plus icon instead of this one, which looks great. So let's add the text. So T inside of here, create post. And the settings of the text is going to be text large MD. Text large MD. And the color is going to be black. Text default. So this one we are going to name icon, text, and button. Here we can say this is also icon and search. Here we can call this icon, search, icon. And here this is the default, which is okay. All right, next one and our final one. So this is fine. Here, this is going to be check-in. Like so. And here we're going to change this back to a button icon. Like so. And we're going to bring the icon back. And we can make it into anything we want. Let's say we can make it into a neutral color. And so. So now these are the top nav types. And we're going to put them over here. Let's do a final check of all of these components. Let's make an instance. Are we able to change between? So you can see, yeah, we didn't do the last one. So here, this is going to be icon, text, icon, which is always important to check what you did, and the properties as well, we can change it. So the properties, these are the types. Now everything works a-okay. Let's try these out. Yeah, so we forgot to do the naming convention of these. So this is profile. This is notification. This is menu. This is watch. This is friends. And this is home. Here, these are our search bars. Let's take them here and see that they are just fine. And we did this before. And with that, we finished our top nav and bottom nav. Let's design this page header. So let's go ahead and get our avatar. There it is. Let's make this super large, 5XL. And we're going to add the border, feature border. Looks great. Now, let's get the dimensions of this section. And we're going to get any picture from Unsplash. Maybe a football team. Football team. Yeah, something like this. And this is the cover. Underscore cover. We're going to put this right next to it. We're going to make this into an auto layout. This is going to be a superposition. We're going to put it right here. And this, we're going to remove the clip content. So it looks pretty much the same. Next, we're going to make the bottom section or the description. So T, talking baseball. We're going to make this heading 3 bold. Like so. Put it right here. This is going to be text default. And next, let's input the 52K likes. Another one with the likes. This is going to be text default. This is going to be text placeholder. This is going to be large regular. And this is going to be large bold. Let's make this into an auto layout. Let's give this a gap of 4, or actually 8. Let's make a copy of this to the right. This is going to be 76K. These are our followers. We're going to put a dot in between. So Windows dot, in order to get the dot from here. This is going to be text default. We're going to put it in between. Let's make all of them into an auto layout with equal distance from each other. Let's say 12. So far, so good. These are going to be our description. Underscore description. Make this into a component. And here as well, all of this into a component. So let's get one of our buttons. Let's remove the icons. And this is going to be our subscriber or subscribe. Next, we will have a message. And this will have our neutral color, like so. Let's make them into a component. Let's make this into a fill container. And this into a fill container. And let's have a gap between them of 8. Let's make another one. This is going to be link. This is going to be neutral. And this is going to be the 3 dots. So let's change this to the icon. Let's remove the corner radius. Make it into the button. And let's input the dots like so. Let's make it hug and increase the padding just a bit like this. And this into a fill container it is. All right, let's make them into 2 rows. Let's have a gap of 8 between them. So far, so good. These are the underscore buttons. It's going to be a component. And the size of this is going to be 375. Or even just a bit smaller, which is fine. All right, good. These are all our components. Let's make a copy of these. Put them to the right. And let's make them into a frame. This is going to be our page profile header. Let's see if it's responsive. So it's behaving how I want, but this is not behaving how I want. So we can make this into a fill container if you want. And then they are left aligned, which is great. Let's put them. This identity focus container serves as the primary landing view for a page or profile characterized by a stacked vertical layout that anchors a full width cover image with an overlapping circular avatar to establish visual hierarchy. The structure transitions from these branding assets into a content block displaying the page title and social proof metadata, likes and the followers, effectively grouping key information before we fold. The component concludes with a responsive action bar row, utilizing auto layout to organize primary call to action buttons, subscribe message, and secondary interaction points, like more menu based on the user engagement status. So let's go ahead, put all of these inside. Let's make this larger. And this is going to be our component. I'm going to put it right over here. So let's add some margin to this. I'm going to add margin left and right of 16. And this one we're also going to add 16. And top and bottom of 16 as well. We can make this a bit smaller by making this into an auto layout and reducing the size to perhaps 16. So it looks exactly the same as before. Let's make this 375. And we're looking good. So now we're going to design this detail section. We see it in all over the pages, all over the descriptions and everywhere. So we're going to do it right now. First of all, we're going to get a button like so. Remove the icons. And we're going to make it a rounded corner. So the avatar rounded corner that we have. And we're going to make it into a primary subtle, just like the one at the top. Let's change the text to posts, like so. Next, let's duplicate this. And here we're going to make it into a neutral ghost. And we're going to put it right next to it. This is going to be about. Next, we're going to make another one. Photos. We're going to put in the icon right. And we're going to make it the drop down that you see. So down. It's called the arrow drop down. So far, so good. Next, we're going to make dimensions. Mentions. Okay. We're going to make this into an auto layout. We're going to have a margin of, or a gap of 0. So everything is nice and tight, just like above. And this is gonna be renamed to button group slash rounded. I'm gonna make this into a component, and we're gonna put it in our button group section. So we're gonna copy it, go to our button groups on the left panel, and put it with the rest, like so. We're gonna copy it to take an instance, and then go to our page profile details and input it. Now let's make the details section. So this is basically a title with a few list components, one on top of each other, and that have the information color so that people know this is a link. So this is not the Facebook color, of course. This is the information color. It's very subtle difference. However, it does help in order to understand this is a link and not something else. So we're gonna press T, details. We're gonna make this text LG bold, and the color is going to be text default. We're gonna get our link, our list item, get it over here, remove the icon rights, remove the subtext, and we're just gonna have the icon left. Let's change the icon left to, for example, information, like so. We're gonna make it, we're gonna give it a color, we're gonna give it icon placeholder, and the text seems to be fine. Here, this is going to be page, and then we're gonna get the dot, so Windows and dot, and go to symbols and click on this button, or this thing. This is gonna be text MD regular, and then podcast, like so. So I know it's hard to see. We can actually bring it over here to make it easier to see. All right, let's make a copy of this. Yeah, this thing has auto layout. Let's remove the auto layout. So we're gonna make these into an auto layout by themselves. And the distance is 0. We're gonna make this sort of link. So here we're gonna change the typography to MD regular, and the color is going to be text info, like so. We can copy the email, contact@jumboymedia.com. We're gonna get this and put it up top, delete these, and we're gonna copy this and put it inside the frame a few times, and then copy this again, put it underneath, and we're going to change this to C talking baseballs about info, like so. And we're going to change this to text MD regular. And that's about it. We're going to take these and make them into an auto layout. This is going to be left to right. This is going to be aligned to the left. We're going to move the padding from left and right here. So it's going to be 0. And we're going to have a padding for the overall thing later on. So this is going to be, and here the distance is just 16 or even 8, like so. This is going to be our component. And the name of this is going to be detail underscore description. take a copy of this and put it over here. So all of these are going to be an auto layout. The distance here is 24. And we're going to have a margin everywhere of 16, top and bottom. So this is outside of this because we want to make the buttons into a fill container. So we're going to go ahead and go back to our main component. We're going to choose all of the buttons themselves, and then we're going to make them into a fill container. So they're nice and uniformly distributed. We're going to make this into change the color to the S1 color that we have. And everything looks great so far. We can reduce the gap between these two just a bit, make it 4. And let's see if it is responsive. So the top one is responsive, this one isn't. So what we can do is we can make this into a fill container. Now it is nice and responsive. Let's make this into a component. Our details. And then put it over here. So now let's design this reel section in the feed as well. As you can see, we have the tab. We already designed this, so we're going to input it. And we're going to design this card and this card as well. So simple stuff. This interactive media module functions as a horizontal carousel dedicated to short-form video discovery, anchored by a top-level segmented control that allows users to toggle between stories and reel views. The primary container utilizes a horizontal scroll behavior to display a sequence of vertical rounded corner media cards, each representing an individual reel. So let's get the dimensions of this, like so. 100 by 176. Let's input any picture from Unsplash. So Bali, for example. This is going to be underscore reels card. Let's add a corner radius of 8. Let's add a corner radius of 12. And let's make this into a component. Let's make a few of these. All right next to each other. Make them into component or a auto layout. And this is our reels bar. Let's make a few of these. Let's make the see more card. So we're going to press F. This is 100 by 176. Let's give this a corner radius of 12. Let's add the button. So button from here. Let's make this into an icon. Let's make it XXL. Let's change this to arrow right. And we're gonna make it's already black. Okay. Now let's make this neutral. Let's put it here. We're also gonna make the text. So see more reels and short videos. Put it inside here. This is gonna be the see more. We can actually make this into a component and then put these, make these into a component set, add as variants. This is our reels bar or our reels card. This variant is the picture. This is the see more. Good. And the property is the type. Here, let's make this into text XS bold. The color is text default. Let's make it into a fill container. Let's make this into a auto layout first. We're gonna make this into a fill container. Let's make it also into a auto layout and add a padding of, let's say, 4. Let's make it center aligned. We can add a padding from the top of 46 and from the bottom of just 8. So it's nice and well rounded. And we're going to reduce the gap until it fits right next to this frame, 168. So this has a gap of 4. So actually, let's make this 40 and this is 12 to make it more centered like this. And this has a fill of S1. Now let's make this into the see more. Let's get the tab. Tab bar. This one is the stories. This is the reels. This one is going to be selected. This one is going to be unselected. And this is going to be component underscore reels bar. I'm going to take this and put it right underneath it. Let's make this into an auto layout. And the frame is going to be 375. We can delete one of these for now. And we can make this into our reels slash stories. Let's make this into a component. And we're going to put it right here. And put the rest sequentially before it. Let's try and see if this is going to be responsive. Let's make this into a fill container first. And this into a fill container. Let's see if it is responsive. It is. We're also going to add a border to this. Border neutral subtle with 0.5. So it has some shape. Good. So we're going to be designing this template shell. This template shell basically acts like a giant slot where we just input the design that we want, the marketplace design, the settings design, any page, the friends page, the home page, the feed, anything gets added up in here, and it just automatically switches with anything that we want. And the top navigation is what is fixed, so it will usually be here when you're making the designs. So first thing we're going to do, we're going to go get the design annotations. We're going to get the template. And we're going to go to our section like so. This is going to be templates slash underscore shell or template shell. This is our underscore template shell. And this is our description. The template shell is the master structural container that enforces global layouts constraints and houses persistent navigation elements across the application. It functions as the viewport controller, managing the responsive grid, safe areas, and fixed regions, such as the top nav and the bottom nav bar, and ensure seamless transition between distinct views. Let's go ahead and get our top nav. Top navigation like this. Let's get the bottom nav as well. And let's get the underscore slots. Like so. Let's make them all into an auto layout. I want the dimension to be 375. I want them all to be fill containers. So we're going to press on the whole frame and press enter to make sure they're all fill, which they are. Let's make this taller. And let's make the gap between them an 8. Let's make the fill into BG, or the background of the whole application. And we are done. The height is 723, which is fine. We're going to replace this. So now let's add the instant swap property. Let's make this into a component. And this is going to be our underscore template shell. Let's add some properties. We're going to add the instant swap for the top nav. So this is going to be the top nav. Let's say the top slot. And here we're going to make an instant swap for the bottom slot. We can also make it appear and disappear if we want. Bottom slot appear. And the top nav as well, we can make it top nav appear. And here as well, we're going to make this instant swap. This is going to be the middle slot. And we don't need to make it appear or disappear. It's usually going to be here. And also let's make a home bar at the bottom. So we're going to go to our design annotations, or the device annotations this time, or device mockups. And we want this device bar, the home bar. Let's copy it. And let's put it back. We're going to add it inside of the bottom nav, like so. And we're going to make these two into an auto layout by themselves so that we don't have the gap here. And we're going to make the gap a 0. We can also make this appear and disappear if you want. The home bar. And click on that. Now let's make an instance and see if everything works. We can replace this. We can replace the bottom nav. And of course the slot, we can replace it, for example, with announcements. And everything works just fine. Let's put it here. And that is the template shell. Now let's make the page profile template. As you can see, this is what we're going to do. We have these two sections already designed, and we're just going to input it into the template itself. So let's get the underscore template, put it right here. Let's put in the design annotations. This is the page profile, template slash page profile, page profile. The page profile is a specialized identity interface designed for public figures, brands, and organizations, distinguished from its personal profiles by its one-way follower model. Structurally, it prioritizes brand authority through a high-impact header configuration utilizing an overlap avatar and cover media, followed immediately by its action row, tailored for conversion goals like subscribe or message. So let's get these items. Page profile. We're going to get the header. And we're going to get the details. There we go. Let's make them into an auto layout. Let's make this 375. This is fill container. This is going to be fill container. Let's have a gap between them of 8. And let's make the fill BG, like so. And this is going to be underscore page profile. Let's make this into a component. And we're going to put it right here. Let's make this bigger. Let's take this and we're going to remove the slot and put in what we just made, page profile. There we go. Let's make this into a hug. And we're done. So the amazing Facebook feed template. So of course we're gonna get the template shell from our template section. So we're gonna have the top nav and the bottom nav. Here we have, this is a list item. Then we have the reels and stories tab. And then we have the media post or the post section. And this is another post section, one on top of each other. So let's do that right now. Let's get the design annotations. Put it right here. This is going to be our feed. Template slash feed. This is our feed. The feed is the central content aggregator and primary loading interface designed to drive retention through an algorithmic, infinite scroll stream of heterogeneous media. Structurally, it functions as a vertical stack of independent units anchored by the stories tray and status composer. At the top, confined with a rigid central column to maintain readability across all viewports. Let's get the template shell. Put it in the feed. And let's make it the same size. So let's design this section by itself. We're going to get the list item. Let's remove the icon right. Let's remove the subtext. And here, let's say this is what is on your mind. This is going to be text large regular. Here we have the icon. Let's make it LG. And here we have a gallery. So let's change this from here, icon right swap, to gallery. Let's make it success screen. All right, this is the first section. Is the everything looks fine? It does look fine. Let's get the reels and stories, like so. Put it right here for now. Let's get the post. Here we are. Let's remove the text and the block. Here, let's change this to underscore announcements. And let's also remove the reaction section. So this is the first one. Next, we can reintroduce all these sections again. Let's say the grid, and it looks okay. Let's make all of them into an auto layout. Shift A. This is going to be our underscore feed. Let's make it into a component. And let's have a gap of 8 between them. We're going to give this a fill of BG. And for the real section, we're going to give it a fill of S1. Let's put it in our annotations. Let's make this larger. Let's replace the middle slot with underscore feed. Let's make this clip content. And it looks great. Let's put it over here. Let's make sure it's responsive. It is nice and responsive. All right. Now let's make the login page or the login template. Let's go and get the design annotations like so. Let's get the template and we're going to put it in our login section. I'm going to put it right here. This is going to be template slash login. This is the login and this is the description. The login interface is the critical security gateway that authenticates user identity and initiates the session state. It functions as a minimal, high-friction forum designed to capture credentials, email, phone, and password while providing essential recovery pathways for access loss. Let's get the template, the underscore template shell. Let's put it next to this. Let's get the login form from here. Let's design this bottom section. So we're going to make a line, and that line is 100 pixels wide. The stroke here is the divider border, and the dimension is 100 width. We're going to make another one right next to it, and we're going to have an OR in between like so. This is going to be text XS regular, and the color is going to be text default. Let's make them into a component, and the gap between them is 8. There we go. Let's bring in the button. Let's remove the icons, and let's make the color into a primary subtle like so. Let's make them into a auto layout, and this will be the bottom or underscore bottom login. The gap between them is 24. This is going to be fill container. This is going to be, it's going to have the fixed width. And this is going to be a component. And I want some padding. It's going to be 16 padding left and right, 8 top and bottom. And we're going to have a large bottom padding of 24. The color of this is going to be S1. Let's go ahead and make them into auto layout. The gap between these two is 200. And the whole thing is going to be S1. This is going to be fill container. And it looks just fine. Let's make this into a component. Good. Let's put this over here. And this will be our underscore login. And we will replace here. Let's replace with the underscore login. There we go. Let's remove the top nav and the bottom nav from this whole thing. And let's make this frame into a hug. Like so. So it looks pretty much the same. There is this gap we can remove, so the gap is 0. And it looks just fine. And we're going to put it over here right now. And this is going to be the login. So earlier in the course, we designed something called a Moodle sheet. This Moodle sheet has this sort of dark overlay on top of it. So it is basically something that you put on top of any page that you want. So it is like having a sheet that you place on top of a piece of paper. So it distorts the sheet just a bit that is behind, and it makes you pay attention to what is on top. So let's get it. We're going to go to our assets underscore Moodle sheet. There it is. We're going to, so this has a slot here. We're going to go to our jars that we designed before. And we're going to take one of the jars that we designed. So we made a slot, if you guys remember, and we can switch with this component, which is the filter places. So we can have the title and the rest as well. And this is what it looks like. We can copy this and we can put it, we can make this into a component actually. This is going to be our filter places. We can copy it. We can go to our jars and paste it over here. Now we can switch this with the filter jar that we have, or places, like so. We can get rid of this. And so far, so good. So this is the sheet that will be on top of what is underneath. So let's get what's underneath. Let's get any of our pages or any of our templates. Maybe, let's say the profile, page profile. We're going to get it. And we're going to get it, put it over here. So here we have the page that we're going to put the thing on top of it. And this is the Moodle sheet. We're going to make a frame for this because, of course, we cannot add anything to something that is already a component. So we're going to put a frame on top, and it's going to have 0 margins and 0 padding. We're going to put this inside of this frame. And this frame is, of course, left to right, as you can see. And we're going to make the gap a negative so that it is on top of the other one, like so. So we're not paying attention to what's behind. We're paying attention to what's up front, and everything works great. This is going to be our jar page, and it's going to be a component, and we're going to put it right here. For the design annotations, jar template slash jar jar. The jar overlay, or the Moodle bottom sheet, functions as a contextual workspace for transient, high-focus tasks that do not require full navigation commitment, such as filtering results or adjusting complex settings. Structurally, this template anchors to the bottom of the viewport and utilizes a background scrim, darkened overlay, to visually suppress the parent interface, thereby isolating the user's attention on the immediate subtask. This is the settings page. So we already have the top nav, we already have the bottom nav designed. This is going to be a list item. This section is a grid that we made before, the shortcut grid. And these are 2 list items, one on top of each other. So let's go ahead. Let's get our template, like so. Let's get our design annotations over here. This is going to be our settings. Template slash settings. These are our settings. The settings page acts as the centralized command center for user configuration, privacy controls, and account security. Structurally, it utilizes a master detail pattern on desktop, persistent sidebar navigation, and a hierarchical drill down pattern on mobile to manage dense information architecture without overwhelming the user. Let's get our list item, like so. Let's remove the icon right too, and the icon right. We have subtext. We have, let's make the icon, the avatar, a bit larger, LG. And we're going to copy this for later. This is going to be our John Mobbin. This is see your profile. And let's get the grid that we made before. The shortcut menu. So far so good. This has a bottom border, as you can see. So we're gonna make a fill border divider, and it's gonna be at the bottom. It's gonna have a weight of 0.5. Next, we're gonna make this. This is going not to have a subtext, but it will have an icon right. And the icon right will be a drop down. So we're gonna change the icon right swap to drop down. And the icon left is going to be smaller. And we can actually just change it, the icon left. We can get the icon wrapper. So the icon left, icon wrapper, because we want a large icon. So we're gonna swap with the handshake or the shake hands, like so. I think it's 24 by 24. Yeah, 32 by 32. Good. It's gonna have a border at the bottom. And we're gonna duplicate this one more time, like so. Now let's make them into an auto layout. This with this. It's gonna be center aligned. It's gonna have, yeah, 12 is nice. These two are going to be an auto layout with 0 padding or 0 gap. And we are going to have an auto layout with the one on the top as well. Like so. And the gap is going to be a 16. All right. So it doesn't have a fill because it is on the background of the whole thing is on the BG. So there's no need to add fill anywhere. Everything looks just fine. Let's make sure they're all into a fill container. Fill, fill. This is a fill. This is a fill. Let's remove this box. And this is going to be our underscore settings. Let's make this a component. Let's make sure it's responsive. So here, this section is not responsive. Let's make it into a fill. Great. Let's put it over here. And let's replace it with this. The slots, this is going to be our settings. Underscore settings. And it looks just fine. Is there any border that we missed? Let's make this into a hug. So everything is nice and clear. Let's put this underneath. Let's make this bigger. And put this over here. We're going to make the friends page. As you can see, this is a bunch of list items that we already made. So we're going to organize them one on top of each other. This is also a list item that we'll be putting in here. And these are the buttons with rounded corners. So we're going to do that. Friends, template slash friends, friends. The Friends Discovery template serves as the primary engine for network expansion, utilizing algorithm suggestions, people you may know, to drive social graph density. Structurally, this view relies on a high-velocity vertical list of user cells, each designed for binary decision-making, a dominant primary action, add friends, for growth, and secondary dismissal, remove for curation. We're going to get our template. So we already have the top. We want to design the buttons, so let's get the buttons. Let's remove the icons. Let's change this to neutral. And let's make it rounded corners. Make it avatar. And let's change the text to requests. Let's make another one. Let's change this to your friends. Make an auto layout with a distance of 8 between them. And these are our underscore button groups. Let's make this into a component and put it right here for now. Next, let's get an instance of this, put it here, and let's get a list item. Like so. Let's remove the right icons. Let's remove the subtext. And we're going to change the icon, the avatar is fine. So let's make the avatar larger. We can make it LG. Let's increase the gap between them to 16. Let's add a bottom border. And we can add some margin as well. So top and bottom, we can make it 12. Let's add some text. People you may know. We're going to make this text XL bold. The color is going to be text default. And we're going to put it like this for now. Next, we're going to get another one of these. Actually, we can get a new one. Like so. So the icon or the avatar on the right is going to be much larger. It's going to be 4XL. Let's remove icon right and icon right. And the icon left is the avatar is going to be 4XL. Like this. We're going to switch this section, the subtext, to the button group. So 2 buttons next to each other. Like this. Let's increase the gap between them to 8. Let's change the text of the buttons. Add friends. And here to remove. So as you can see, the buttons are different sizes because they are hug left and right. So what we can do is we can make them into a fill container later on. But first we need to make this a hug overall so that it hugs the buttons. And then the whole thing will be a hug as well. So it's looking much better. We can try to make them as much as we can into the same size by going to their settings, by making them both into a fill container. There we go. So both of them are now fill containers. So they took the shape of the whole container that you see. And this is all, of course, going to be the same shape as the whole frame itself. So it looks pretty good. Let's make a few changes to this. This is going to be Gerald, for example. And we can make a few copies of these, one on top of each other. We're going to make them into an auto layout, the gap of 0. And with the title will be also another auto layout with a gap of 8. And these two will be an auto layout by themselves with a gap of 24. And then all these will be an auto layout with a gap of 8. And we're done. Let's make all of this into a component. This is going to be underscore friends page. Let's put it in our annotations. Let's see if it's responsive. It is nice and responsive. And here we can rename this to Dexter Lee. This is going to be MD bold. And the rest is going to be MD regular. Has accepted your friend's request. This is going to be fill container. And we're going to remove this box. And it looks much better. Let's add some margin. So 16. And top and bottom of 12. Let's get the annotations for the template. And let's change this to underscore friends. There we go. It looks great. So this is going to be S1, just like the color before. It looks great. Let's put it over here. And go to the next one. So now we're going to design the marketplace listing. As you can see, we have our template for the template shell that we will be substituting the fill here with the container here. So this is the annotations. This is the design annotations for the marketplace template or listing. Marketplace listing. Template / marketplace listing. Marketplace listing. Marketplace listing. And this is the description. The marketplace listing detail acts as the primary conversion interface designed to transform user interest into a transaction through a strict hierarchy of focus and logistics. Structurally, it prioritizes high fidelity visual evidence, the media gallery, followed immediately by the decision data, price, condition, and social proof like 200 plus sold to migrate buyer risk before presenting the call to action. We're going to go to our template over here, and we are going to change the slot to the marketplace that we designed before, the buy box. So it's going to look something like this. Let's make this into a hug, the height, and especially the thing itself. Let's make it into a hug so it expands with me, so it fills the whole thing. Let's remove the bottom nav. Looks something like this. And we're going to put it over here. And we are done. So now it is time to design the dark mode page, the feed page that we designed before using light mode. But now we just have to apply variables in order to change all of the layout from dark to light. So this is where all of our hard work at the beginning of the course really pays off, because we have access to all of the minute details related to all of these elements so that we are able to shift them all from this color to that color, from that color to this color. It is totally easy and flexible. So let's see how it goes. There is one thing that you should know before we start, is that it will not be a perfect transition. Light mode is not the inverse of dark mode, and dark mode is not the inverse of light mode. Not everything that is black will be white. Not everything that is white will be black. But with regard to this page, everything will be just fine, because basically all the colors can be easily shifted using variables. So let's open our variables table and start inputting the new values. So we're going to apply all of the variables at the component level so that we have access to all of the minute details of what we're doing, and we can change them easily like this. So here, instead of value, this is going to be our light mode. We're going to add a new mode from the right. This is going to be dark mode. So our first background color will be neutral, dark, 900. S1 will be neutral, light, 900. S1 will be the same, neutral, light, 900. Our focus will be darker, it will be 700. Let's go to the surface level. So primary 500 will be primary 600. So we're not going to use the exact same tone for the 500 and the primary, because this is a very light color. When you open a black screen or a dark themed application, all of the colors are more saturated. They're more dark. So this is why we use 600 here. This is going to be 500. This is going to be 400. One more thing to note is that in hover and press states, in the light mode, colors get darker because you are the background is light. In order to say that I am focusing on this, it becomes darker, so it becomes more vivid. Here, if this became darker, then it will blend to the background and it will actually show less focus. So this is not what we want. We want to show higher focus when we are on hover state and we're on press state. So that is why all of the colors will become darker, lighter as we move on. This is going to be primary 300, primary 300. This is going to be primary 200. This is going to be primary 100. This one is going to be neutral, dark 500. This is going to be neutral, dark 400. This is going to be neutral, dark 300. For the neutral subtle, this is going to be neutral, dark 900. Neutral, dark 600. Neutral, dark 500. For the success, it will start from 600 and then 500 and then 400. Error, it's going to be 600, 500, 400. Our disabled will be neutral, dark 400. Our warning will start from 600, 500, 400. Our information will be 600, 500, 400. So let me show you all the surfaces at once so that if you want to screenshot them or copy them, it's up to you. All right, so this is from BG all the way to neutral subtle. So 1, 2, 3. And here 1, 2, and 3. Let's go to the text. The color here will be white color. Here the neutral, this is going to be neutral, dark 900. This is going to be neutral, light 100. It's going to be neutral, light 200. This is going to be neutral, light 400. Here the color will be 600. Success will be 600. Error will be 600. Warning will be 600. Information 600. And the disabled state will be neutral, light 900. For the icons, let me show you the text again. 1, 2, and 3. For the icons, we will start, the default will be neutral, light 25. Then neutral, dark 900. Then the placeholder dark will be neutral, light 50. The placeholder will be neutral, light 200. The placeholder subtle will be neutral, light 400. Unselected will be neutral, light 800. The base white will be the base black. Primary will be 600. Success 600. Error 600. Warning 600. Information 600. And here the disabled will be the neutral, light 900. So here the primary will be the primary 600, 500, 400. The neutral will be neutral light 200, neutral light 100, neutral light 50. The unselected will be neutral dark 700. The hover will be neutral dark 600. The icons will be primary 600 and primary 500 hover. Now for the border, the default will be neutral light 50, neutral dark 900. Oh, let me show you the icons first. 1, 2, 3, and here 1, 2, and 3. Let's go back to border. We finished. Let's go to placeholder. This will be neutral light 200. Primary will be 600. The Facebook old, let's keep it as is. Primary subtle will be primary 700. So notice that in the lighter version, the subtle means a lighter tone. So lighter compared to what? Lighter compared to the background. So a light blue is more subtle than a dark blue in a white background. But in darker mode, the thing it shifts. The light becomes dark and dark becomes light. So it is actually more subtle to have a darker tone than a lighter tone in an application with a dark background. So that is why here, when you see subtle, it will mean it is darker in the dark mode version. And darker will mean lighter. So it can be a bit confusing, but you'll get used to it as you design more with more dark mode. The divider will be neutral light 300. Base white will be base black. Neutral subtle will be neutral dark 300. Unselected will be neutral dark 800. Success will be 600. Error will be 600. Warning will be 600. And information will be 600. Let's do the buttons as well. These are the borders 1, 2, and 3. For the buttons, the primary color will be 6, and then 5, and then 4. The primary ghost will be neutral light 900. Primary 100. Primary 50. Then we will have neutral light 900. Then the primary subtle will be primary 300. Primary 200. primary 100. Next, we have the outline for the primary button. Here, this is going to be neutral light 900. The hover will be primary 400. And here the primary 300. Primary 300. And then for the neutral, we will have neutral dark 500, dark neutral dark 400, neutral dark 300. For the neutral ghost, we will have neutral light 900, neutral light 800, neutral light 700. For the neutral subtle, we will have neutral light 600, neutral light 500, neutral light 400. Neutral outline, we will begin with neutral light 900, neutral light 800, neutral light 700. Here, this is going to be success 600, 700, or 500, and then 400, error 600, 500, 400, warning 600, 500, 400, information 600, 500, 400, and for the disable state, it will be neutral dark 400. Now, let me show you again. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, and 3. So after finishing all of our variables collection, let's go ahead and apply them to our designs. So there is no way to apply all of the variables and dark mode on the entire project at once, because this is a very intense process for Figma. So it has to do it one page at a time so that it doesn't crash. So we're going to go to the pages at the top section, top right, apply variable mode, component, and dark mode. Let's look at the results. Everything looks fine. Here the border is okay. All the colors seem fine to me. And here this is the template. The template looks great. Now for more videos about the Facebook design system, you will find more free videos in the channel. Or if you would like to take the Facebook design system course, you will find the link in the description.